What's good, everybody? Hope everybody's doing okay. Happy Saturday to you all. It's another one of them days, huh? Checking everything that's going on here today. Let's see. 69 degrees and cloudy on the East Coast, specifically the New York area. But it looks like it's going to be raining off and on until around 6 p.m., 7 p.m. evening time. It is what it is. It's just one of them days. Got to take it. Take the good with the bad. Appreciate everybody. Thank you as always for rocking and tuning in to the show. Where we at here? Let me see. Shout out to my guy Walter Blackman as always. Appreciate you, brother. I hope you're doing well. You're probably at work, so I hope the day goes quick for you and you get up out of there. You know what I mean? I got the morning cup of Joe or Joanne, however you want to look at it. Yeah. Oh, man. Sometimes you don't know how much you need coffee till you drink it. Yeah. That's right. I needed that. Yeah, man, it's back, baby. Preseason basketball is back. Games are starting to happen. I believe today is the 7th. Today is the last day that the Knicks are in Charlotte. Charlston. And they will be heading back to their regular situation. And yeah, things are in full swing. Shout out to my guy, Sha Powers. What's good, Sha? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Appreciate you as always. Salute to you and my brother, Divine. Guys, if you haven't already, please do so. Please check out Divine and Sha Powers, Knicks Real Talk on YouTube. Always support these brothers and their positive energy and how they like to give it up about these Knicks, man. Definitely appreciate these guys. Shout out to my guy Animal Lex. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Building Blocks in the building. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. Let me see here. I find this. Here it is. Copy. Wait, is that the whole thing? I hope it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Shout out to my guy D's World of Hoops. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you as always. Guys, if you haven't already, please check out D's World of Hoops. His show is definitely one of those you don't want to miss. He's giving it to you from different takes, different angles. Still talking about the Knicks in ways that you understand and you normalize, but also kind of making you think a little bit from a different point of view, a different style of thinking. I saw the other day. It's not necessarily Nick related, but it's basketball related because remember, it's D's World of Hoops, not D's World of Knicks. You know what I mean? So I saw the other day he did a little piece on Rich Paul and kind of breaking down Rich Paul's views about fans and their meaning to the NBA and to the players. And it was interesting. So you guys should definitely check that out. D's World of Hoops on YouTube. I won't steer you wrong. Knicks are nice in the building. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. What up, Pudge? Did I say what's up to Dwayne Dennis? I don't know. Dwayne Dennis in the building. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Let me see here. All right. Hopefully this link works. Let me see here. Let me just type this up. Hopefully this link does copy over. I don't know. Let me see how it looks. Okay. Let me click it. All right, cool. It does show up as a link. All right. I'm going to pin this. So guys, please, if you have a chance, you have a heart, you're an animal lover, please support our guy Hector from the Morning Brew Sports. He's in a little bit of a tough situation right now. A man's best friend, his pet Hank, has kidney disease, and needs treatment, and it's very expensive. He's trying to raise $2,000 to get the treatment, and he's just asking for a little help from the community. If anybody can spare some money, please do so. If not, please share it to those you may know, people who may be interested in helping someone who's just trying to make sure that their dog is better and healthy. Because yeah, man, we all go through stuff. You guys know me personally. I've been going through stuff and dealing with things with my wife, and it's been very expensive. And sometimes you got to even put a pause on stuff until you can kind of get back right. You know what I mean? But the treatment is not changing. It still needs to be happening. And I appreciate all you guys for helping me out throughout my time of need. And my time of need is ongoing, but I did a lot with regards to trying to fundraise on that end, trying to do different things, maybe do a charity basketball event or something like that. But it's just been hard to put together, hard to find a space and all this stuff. So, but that's on me. But this, once again, is about Hector and his pet Hank, who's dealing with kidney disease and needs treatment. So if you can spare anything, or like I said, or if you can, show love and just support and send the link to your friends or post the link on your page or anything of that nature, that'd be great. Because he needs the funds, as soon as possible, obviously, because obviously his dog needs the treatment right away. So yeah, thank you. And shout out to my guy, Heck, man. Appreciate you, my brother. You're in my heart. And thank you for all you've done with regards to helping, support me throughout what I had going on, or what I have going on, should I say. So shout out to all them brothers, Phil, Heck, and Jigga Man. And while I'm speaking on them, I also want to shout them out too, because if you guys don't already know, if you didn't see the news, shout out to them because they were able to add another member to their Knicks Morning Brew. I don't know if it's Knicks Morning Brew or just the Morning Brew Sports Show in general, like what topics they may cover, but I think it's Knicks Morning Brew. So shout out to them. Jerry Ferreira, he's a friend of their show. He is going to be coming on as a frequent contributor to the show. So he will be part of the crew. So definitely that's a good look. You guys know me. Love me some Jerry Ferreira, man. Pause, no pause. That's my guy. All right. Proctor on Power was my dude. Turtle on Entourage. Come on, man. Listen, I don't gotta keep saying it. It's my guy. All right. I even like him in Why Did not Why Did I Get Married? Damn it, the Steve Harvey movie with the book. Can't remember the name of it now. I'm getting old, man. Life just ain't it's moving too fast. But anyway, even in that movie, I like how he plays his role and his character in that movie. So yeah, man. Shout out to him. All right. Shout out to Sherwin. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Kareem Grant in the building. What up, twin? What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Jimmy Henry. What's good, Jimmy? Salute. Okay, I think I got everybody who typed into the chat. And for those that may be watching and not in the chat, appreciate you as well. Please, everybody, smash that like button if you can. It definitely supports the show, and we're trying to get more of that going on because, after a while of not reminding people to smash the like button, the likes go down a little bit, and YouTube just silently starts to move you down in their little algorithm that they have. So, it's time to get back up to where we were. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. All right, so let me do this. I'm gonna put this link out there just so make sure that is taken care of. All right. Boom. Okay. And I'm going to hit you guys with the intro, and then we'll come back and we'll chop it up. We got some stuff to talk about. You know, it's not too crazy, just some interesting stuff. And we'll get into it. But the other thing I want to talk about is the cuts. You know what I mean? It's early. We haven't even seen a preseason game yet, but not everybody's going to make this team. You know, after looking at the roster of guys that are actually on the team, a couple guys we had question marks about, or at least one or two, they're still on the team, you know, so we got to look at that too, because I thought people were gone, but apparently they're still here. And yeah, and we got to see how long they stay here, or if they do wind up getting cut. So we'll definitely get into it because it's spooky season out there for these Knicks if they don't get stuff right. You know, everybody's already starting to, it went from the love affair. Oh, these Knicks are looking good, man. They're turning things around. Like what they're doing to, you know, everybody else is getting better. That's how it is. It happens quickly in the NBA. So yeah, guys, definitely stay tuned. We'll chop it all up right after the intro. So yeah, if you got your drink or your beverage, now's the time to go get it. We'll be right back. Oh, my bad. I always forget that you guys are still here with me. Man, it happens that way sometimes. Anyway, shout out to Margaret Edwards in the chat. Salute, Margaret. Hope you're doing well. How are you today? Hope everybody's doing good on your end. Julian Blum in the building. Salute, my guy. Good to see you in the chat as always, supporting. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. He said, I can't wait for the Quentin Grimes video. Salute to the chat. Oh, man. Let me see here. Oh, said what's up to Sherwin. Hey, my guy Craig in the building. What's going on, Craig? You know, really, that is still one of the hardest names for me to say. If you think about it, how hard is it to say Greg and Craig? It's really, you know, they're so similar. Kerry Cox in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Jay from PR. What's good, bro? He said, is RJ getting cut? Oh, man. RJ got a lot to prove this year, and he's going to show y'all, man. I just have a feeling. It's deep down in my gut. I just know that RJ's going to play well this year. I don't know why. I don't know. I know why. I've already said it, but I feel it. There's just too much. He doesn't have a lot to do to improve. So I just think it's gonna be one of them years that he has an don't want to say an incredible year. I give myself a little out. He is going to have his best year as a Knick. There you go. That can mean anything. Shout out to my guy Francisco Carrillo. He says, salute, o lo que de hecho. Wow. I don't even know if I said that right, but I'm trying. Salute, un poquito. Appreciate you, bro. JJ in the building. Salute, JJ. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Good to see you as always. And happy Saturday to you. Amani the Great is in, he's my guy in Minneapolis. Salute to you, my brother. Always good to see you. I'm happy that you've been popping up the past couple shows, man. It's good to see you back in the mix. Maybe you was just waiting until we got back into basketball season, really. You was like, yeah, let me chill. Good to see you, bro. Yes. Yeah, fingers crossed. Exactly. But I think RJ's gonna do it. I really do. I really do. But we'll see. But the cuts I'm really referring to are not like, well, I mean, they don't cut players making money. But I'm talking about the the lower level miscellaneous guys to trim down, because contrary to what we keep thinking, it's very confusing, this whole thing. And really, I should be Googling or trying to find the information that shows me that the NBA roster got expanded. But everything I'm getting still has me looking at the roster at 15 players. I looked at some other stuff in regards to the NBA wrap up and looking at what's going on in other teams, and I still see people trying to get that roster to 15. So I don't know. I'm a little confused what's going on. Let me see where we at. All right. All right. I see you got a question. All right. I'm gonna star that, Francisco. I'll come back to it. These World of Hoops says got to give at least 25 games before we start chopping heads. That's true. I mean, when he's talking about the people who are actually going to make that 15-man roster. Shout out to Parrish Duggar. Appreciate you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I guess we want to say afternoon now. It's 11:58. Salute to you, my brother. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, hey, Dr. Ron and fans, I'm upset that I'm not as into the team yet because they broke up my special future youth core and I can't shake it. I actually really believe the core was headed for a championship in 2026. Listen, man, Parrish, I understand you've been kind of upset. You've been snapping off and popping off in this chat, letting your feelings be known. And there's nothing wrong with that, brother. And how you feel is no different from a lot of Knicks fans. Some people just don't voice it as much or not as vocal because they don't, come on and share their opinions on the platform. You are not wrong to feel that way. Listen, for some people, it's not easy. It's not, first off, listen, a lot of people talk a lot of negative stuff when a player's out of here. I'm looking on Twitter right now, and when you bring up Obi, people are getting upset. Like, why you continue to talk about Obi? He's not here anymore. I'm like, yo, whatever happened to... See, that's why I don't like the fake stuff. All right, it's okay to say, look, you know what I mean? Oh, what's going on with Obi? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad he's still doing well. Yeah, no, I'm following him a little bit to see how he's doing. I want him to succeed in the NBA because he was one of our players, and I actually like the guy. What happened to that stuff? Not the, I don't care what's going on with him. He's another team's problem. Like, whatever happened to once a Knick, always a Knick. Remember that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, and last time I checked, Obi didn't have a problem with the fans. Obi had a problem with Thibs. Okay. So it's one thing if Obi left and gave the fans the finger and said, yeah, New York is trash. I'm ashamed that this is my hometown. He didn't say none of that stuff. He loves New York. He loved being here, and he would have loved to stay in Knick. And I wouldn't be surprised if one day he comes back to New York, but maybe goes to Brooklyn. That's, because if Thibs is still here, he probably ain't coming back to the Knicks. So, but it ain't about us. So why would we treat our players that we actually liked at one time? Because I don't care who you are. At one point, you liked Obi Toppen. At one point, you did. There might be some things you didn't like about him, and you called him out on it, and you didn't see the change that you thought you was going to see. But at one point, Obi did some things that you liked, and you had to give him credit for it. So don't make it seem like he was just like an albatross here, cancer. Like, we couldn't get him out of here. It is what it is. It brought up the question again, why did we draft Obi Toppen to begin with when we had Julius Randle? Yes, that was a mistake on the Knicks. It's not Obi's fault. You can't blame Obi. The kid grew up in New York, always wanted to play for his hometown team. Then he gets drafted by his hometown team. What's he supposed to feel like? He was ecstatic. He loved it. So it's not his fault. It just didn't work out. So That's all. But definitely, I understand what you're saying, Parrish, and you're not the only one. Believe me, there's others out there. They're just not saying it. It'll take a minute, but once you start to see him doing his thing in that other uniform, you start to kind of get a little. It gets a little easier, especially if the Knicks do well. And now, if the Knicks ain't doing well, and Obi's getting busy in that other uniform, you know what I mean? Uh-oh. Green screen acting funky. I must have hit it. I'll be backing up sometimes. You know how it is. Yeah. Then that's another story. If Obi start balling out and the Knicks ain't playing well, yeah, people gonna feel a certain way. And I know you're gonna feel a certain way. So, but I think they're both gonna do well. I think Obi's gonna do well in Indiana, and I think the Knicks are gonna be doing well as well. So once again, thanks for the super chat. Yeah, man, I'm trying, bro. Un poquito, pero café con leche. Yeah, it's not that great. I'm sorry. I'm learning still at 46. Which is really funny, man. I grew up in a very mixed area, right? You know, I would say Italian, Latin, because we had Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and African Americans all here, but a lot of us, like a really good margin. So a melting pot type area. A lot of my best friends are Latin. My wife is Latin. And I still can't speak Spanish, nor can I understand it that well. So what are we doing here? Like, where did the education system fail me? It is what it is. I'm still trying, Julian. Okay. Sherwin. Oh, did you hear what I said, Sherwin? Don't be that guy, okay? Because you've always been not a hater towards Obi, maybe a little bit of hate, but you've always been negative towards Obi. But even you have to admit that Obi had did some things while he was here that you could respect. He may not have done enough for you, but don't act like Obi was trash, okay? Obi had some stuff that he could. And let me tell you something. Sherwin, I hate to say this, but I think one day you're going to look at Obi and say, well, he might have been better than I thought he was. Maybe it was Thibs. Him and Thibs just couldn't mix. I get it that he don't play the defense you like. I got you. But I think one day you're going to look at Obi and you're going to be like, you know what? He was better than I thought. That's it. And that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. Stafford Dodd in the building. More fire, rhythm beats. Don't let them fool you. Oh, no. Okay, I got to stop. Stafford be bringing out, every time I think of Stafford Dodd, I don't know. I think of Eddie Murphy and Raw. I don't know. I don't know why. Hey, what's going on? Double A, what's good, my brother? I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Same to you. Prayers and blessings to you and yours. Let me see here. Obi is from my neck of the woods. What that mean? Brooklyn? I mean, I'm from Brooklyn. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Shout out to Corey Lee. What's good, Corey? Appreciate you. Good to see you. Just want to shout out a couple more people, and then get into what we got going on. Wow. Francisco went the extra mile and put up some projected stats for Obi, huh? He says Obi stats for 23, 18 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, most improved. Good luck. Oh, good luck, Baba. Yeah, I mean, I can see him doing something similar to that. I just don't know. Like, we got to see how his playing time works over there in Indiana. I know he's the starter, but we'll see what that means. You could be the start. Like, the Indiana could be in the situation where that, look, we got you, Obi. We want to respect you, so we'll start you. But, watch the minutes. We'll see. Right. Shot Power said he was more of an up and down player, and Thibs is all about that half court. Very true. That's true. D said he won't be getting minutes over Jarris Walker. Mm. 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 Double A says, Ron, some don't understand. Fans like me that have been around the team for 50 years are tired. How many teams have rebuilt their rosters, yet we are stuck in wait until next year or wait until that superstar? Well, as I said before, Double A, listen, the Knicks are a wait and see type of team. They've always been with, especially, well, not always, under this new regime. That's who they are. They kind of want to see what they got going on. And kind of go from there. So, you know, it's tough, man. I understand. I mean, you guys been, been waiting for a long time. I get it. And you want to see the Knicks compete and be a team that is going to do what they got to do, and possibly win the championship. I get it. But sometimes the Knicks are in a situation where they are finally starting to play better, right? Like 2 years ago, I mean, like 2 out of the 3 years, they've made the playoffs, right? And they've got you somebody. Now, you guys might not look at it that way, but Jalen Brunson is a big signing, and he helps change the dynamic of this team. That's a huge signing for the Knicks. It may seem small in comparison now because he's just one player, but remember, this team had Julius and RJ, and that was it. Those were the guys, right? Brunson, some might say, is better than Julius or equal to Julius, whatever, but he's different, and he's a difference maker. They just did that last year. He's only been with us 1 year. So I know as far as time-wise, as a Knicks fan, you may be impatient and want stuff to happen. But as a process goes, you can't just get 3 superstar players or this amount of superstar players and throw them on a team right away. It doesn't happen that way unless you're the Miami Heat with a bunch of cash and you can get guys to sign for different things, and you can get your own big 3, call it LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. That doesn't happen all the time. Okay, it doesn't. It's hard to pull off. So a lot of things happen little by little. Look at Milwaukee. Milwaukee won a championship, but who's the star ingredient? Giannis, right? That's a star level talent, a superstar level talent, homegrown, blah, blah, blah. They got Giannis. So they started off the gate in great fashion. Then, you know what I mean? You have Middleton, right? Who is not a superstar. And he did play star-like basketball, but he's probably not a star either. You know what I mean? He may have played star-like, but he's probably not a star, especially now. I don't know, because guys go up and down in how they, their careers go. Drew Holiday, I would say he's a star-level player because he's solid on the offensive side and he's great on the defensive side. So I would say he's probably a star-level player, and he's been an all-star. And he's, and always in the running for a defensive player of the year type conversations. Okay. So you had that. You won a championship, but you've had that and haven't been able to repeat, right? So now they make a move. They bring in Damian Lillard, and now people think they have championship aspirations again because it's a different take, a different type of star player that they brought in. But, that stuff didn't happen overnight. Building that team and getting to where they were to even win a championship. Milwaukee was bad for years and years. They've had good players that have come in and out of that program. Never got to this point. They've had good coaches. They never got to this point. So what I was just trying to say is, like, sometimes you just got to look at what the Knicks have done since Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau came here. What was the team? Who was the players the year before? Who was the players that year that we had some success, made it to the 4th seed? I mean, we got to the 4th seed with Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton. You know what I mean? Like, great on defense, but, that was what it was, right? And then the next year, who was on the team? And how did we fare, right? We go get Jalen Brunson, we have a good year. We bring in Josh Hart, the year continues. You know what I mean? It takes time. Now we brought in Dante DiVincenzo and replaced Obi. Say what you will. If you feel a certain way about Obi, that he helped us in one extent, then the negatives about Obi too that he brought to the table, right? Hopefully Dante does a better job at limiting the negatives and accentuating the positives. And if he does that and he's more consistent at that, then it's an upgrade. And the team should be a little bit better. A little bit. Not a lot. A little bit better. But we'll see. We don't even know what's going to happen, AA, and the rest of the Knicks fans out there. The Knicks may still make a move. They just may want to see what this team looks like. If the Knicks get out to a hot, fast start, right, and we look like we're a contender, we're hanging, all for the first part of the year, they may not do anything because they may not want to break up what they got going on. They may look good and they're playing good teams and still playing well. They may, hey, we're going to stay the course because this is something good over here. Now, if the Knicks look somewhat good, like say the Knicks are running through the league early and really beating up on the 500 teams or lower, and then when we play some of the bigger echelon teams, we're struggling. They may look at that and say, okay, we got something here, but we just don't have enough. And then they may make a trade at the trade deadline and may say, no, listen, I think we're good enough that if we add one more guy right now, we can really compete. They may say that, and they may make a trade at the trade deadline. So you may not have to wait even throughout the whole season. Something could happen. So I get it. I know what you're saying. But remember, we're not that far from the Clee Anthony early days. I hate to keep using his name, but I just feel like he's a good symbolism of what those Knicks were at that time. And remember, he was like 21 years old, and they were talking about him a lot, like he was going to be a game changer for the team, a young player who could come in and do some things. So I have to use his name because he reminds me of that team. Just saying. I could have said Alonzo Trier, but whatever. Langston Galloway. Oof. I could keep going. But I hear you though, bro. Yeah, Sherwood. Man, Sherwood, Sherwood, you're making it so tough on yourself, right? That if Obi balls out, the Knicks fans ain't never gonna let you live it down, brother. Never. He's like, Obi was trash in high school. Obi is trash. Like, damn. Woo. Come on, man. Staffer, how you going to have his back when he's saying Obi was trash when Obi was averaging like 23, 24 points in college, right? He was a National Player of the Year. Does that sound trash to you? You think it's easy to be National Player of the Year? I don't think it is. I mean, I could ball a little bit. I could never get to those heights. Just saying. I'm just saying. I hear you though, Staffer. I know you're basically saying that Obi wasn't really it for the Knicks. I got you on that. But be careful when you say you got Sherwin's back, because Sherwin's taking it left. Sherwin out there. Margaret says, I hope we see Jacob Toppen. I hope so too. I don't know. Like I said, I was surprised he was still on the team, but thankfully we found some information and he still is on the team. So there you go. Julius says, in the minutes he got, Obi did his job. For the most part, he did. Another thing a lot of people forget, a lot of Knicks fans forget, big, because sometimes if Obi's doing well, that doesn't necessarily that's it. Sometimes when Obi's doing well, the Knicks aren't doing well. That's why Obi stuff doesn't always stand out. If you guys remember, Obi actually played pretty good in the playoffs for us both times that he was here. For what the minutes he was getting, for being a young player and not really getting a lot of minutes and he played pretty decent in the last playoffs he was in, and this current playoffs. Obi wasn't, a game changer, but he wasn't hurting the team. He was making some plays. When we were rallying from being down, and even in games we won, Obi hit a couple threes, to give us the lead, to get us from being losing. Like, Obi did certain things at certain points. People forget that stuff. But that's my point. I think sometimes when Obi does well, the Knicks aren't necessarily doing well. So it's kind of like Obi's what Obi's adding at that moment doesn't have the same type of value. It's like a guy, a baseball player playing in a baseball game, and they're losing 10-3, and he just came up and hit a solo home run. Now it's 10-4. Nobody cares. So, you know what I mean? He's still down 6 runs. Shout out to King Ribby. Was good. Julius played no defense. Yeah, well, you know. He can, though. He doesn't always choose to, but he can. And salute to you, my guy. Appreciate you. Shout out to Parrish Duggar once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. Appreciate you. He says, honestly, I'm at the age where I've seen this team make moves for vets for 5 decades, and it never gets us anywhere. The Villanova guys are my only hope left. I listen, I'm with you, and I'm also on the side of we got to find the right mix. You can't win a championship if you don't have some vets, right? You got to have some vets. You can't be a true contender if you don't have some vets. But if you want to have longevity in this league and have that staying power, you also want to have some young up and coming talent as well. So you want to find that happy medium between both. It's not always easy. It's not always easy. You got to keep pressing and keep trying, man, because you got to find what's the right formula. How do I make this work? How do I find the right young players to be here that can continue and grow and become really good players? And even if they're not stars, they're really good role players. And then how do I find the right type of vets that can work with these young guys, still be contributing with their own games, but also help these young guys come along so we can have a good, chemistry. Yeah, that's. I mean, people make it sound like you could just go. It's like it's not 2K. You can't just say, I'm gonna take this guy, I'm gonna take that guy. We're gonna get this going. It don't always work. You may run out of money. You may run out of assets. There's all these different things. It's not easy. It's not easy. But thank you again, Parrish. Appreciate you, brother. My guy called Mega in the building. Salute. What's good, Mega? Appreciate you. Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot of no faiths in the chat about Obi, bro. Woo, it's rough. See, Pudge already said it. Nothing to worry about. Spider, Luca, and Embiid will all be here next summer. There you go. No, nothing to worry about. Double A says arrives. The offseason, the team did nothing to improve but add clutter to the guard position. We should have signed and traded for a vet big like Jeff Green, then brought in Dante. Listen, I'm not. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I agree with you. They could have done something like that, but I just don't think the Knicks had the money. I think the Knicks needed to finagle something. The Obi situation became a situation that fell in their laps because of the Thibs and Obi not liking each other. And in order for the Knicks to do something, they really needed to move Obi. That's why they didn't want to get anybody back. They needed that exception, that trade exception, to be able to use that money towards bringing in Dante. Just letting Derrick Rose come off the books wasn't enough. So it is what it is, guys. I don't know. And with the new CBA agreement, that's changed things too. Now, I wonder if the new CBA didn't go into effect, if we weren't talking about that, would the Knicks have done something else? Maybe. Craig says, Ron, do you think Obi's brother will get cut? Yes, I do. I definitely think he will. And it's not a knock on him. I just think that he just won't. He's not going to do enough, right? And he's not going to have enough time to do enough in order to warrant not getting cut. Because there's just, there's already, other players that are ahead of him in the pecking order. There's already players that are on under contract. There's other players that are on two ways, and he's not one of those players. So automatically, if you look at it on paper, you can already see that does not look good for Jacob Toppen. I don't care what he does. I mean, and then I don't expect him to do. Jacob Toppen would have to go out there and be destroying people in practice, and then play in the preseason, get some minutes, get 10 minutes from Thibs and score like 15 points, and like start him opening, Thibs opening his eyes and play a little better defense than his brother, and right. And then he would have to have another game where he does something similar as well in the preseason, like get that time in the preseason to show him I'm doing this against competition too. Then maybe Thibs would be like, okay, I'm not going to play him right now, really, but we can't cut him. But I don't see it. I don't see it, especially in the tip system. You know how he brings the young players along slowly. There's just no time for that right now. He would have to be drafted a lot higher, be under contract for him to stay here, and he's not. So, Almighty Finesse is in the building. Was good. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Yep. I see that, Jay. I'm gonna talk about that. Yep. Parrish, thank you once again for the generous super chat. He said Obi is on his own, isn't it? But Obi and IQ and crew was, I get it. They was a part of this new look Knicks going forward that we had some hope for. I get it. Yeah, but it seems like Obi. Yeah, I don't know, man. It is what it is, bro. I'm actually a little surprised myself that because at some point I felt like a lot of people were talking about Obi and how he needs more minutes and he's never getting the minutes. But I feel like some of them people have changed their tune since Obi got traded. That ain't a lie either. Let me just say this and put that out there. I hear you, Pudge. There's a lot. I don't know if it's 90%, but there's a lot of Knicks fans that was not happy with bringing Jalen Brunson here, and it was like Jalen Brunson compared to all these other guys we could get. Jalen Brunson. A lot of y'all wasn't feeling the Jalen Brunson thing, and now y'all want to act like you. Oh, I seen it all along. I love me some Jalen Brunson. Come on, guys, let's keep it funky. Some of y'all was not feeling JB. Even analysts was like, I don't know about this JB guy. To the Knicks, I mean, what has he done? You know what I mean? There was a lot of people like that. So let's keep it funky. Rebuild NYK is in the building. Salute, my brother. He said all Obi had to do is accept his role, rebound the ball, and defend. The Knicks would have kept him here, and he would have got his chance to shine. Yeah, some of it's on Obi too. He got frustrated too early, and Obi got frustrated like it was a contract year for him, and his contract ain't up until next year. After next year, his contract is up. He's with Grimes, so imagine that. He was so frustrated, like if his money was on the line, bro. Yeah, I think Obi got a little impatient, a little bit. It's part on him too. Not all on him, but it's part on him too. He did get a little frustrated, a little impatient, and it was what it was. Shop Power said we've been using our young guys all last season, and it got us 47 wins, and basically to the second round. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true. Almighty Finesse said most fans said, oh, Brunson is overpaid. He is not worth all that when we signed him. More true statements. Fans are not like fans. And so that's the thing about being patient once again, because there's fans that want to see something happen, right? Like AA. And then there's fans that don't believe in anything until they can see that it's actually working, right? So, there's a lot of fans that did not believe in Jalen Brunson and the money he was getting and didn't think. And then when he got here, then, they saw something different. It's okay. Sometimes you got to see stuff to believe it. That's the nature of life. It's like with everything in life. It's businesses when they take chances on investments, they take chances on people. sports athletes, when businesses take chances on players, music industry, when businesses take chances on artists, like, oh, is he gonna pop or she gonna pop? Is that a hit song? Is all, this, how many times have we talked about how people miss on things, right? So yeah, sometimes you got to show and prove. It's okay. It is what it is. It's the nature. I get it. I'm just saying we also can't forget it. That's all I'm saying. I understand it, but let's understand we can't forget it. Okay. Anything can happen. And I do think that Obi is going to be a nice young player in this league. It's not going to be with the Knicks, but it is what it is. And you never say never. Because I think even, I don't know if it was D or somebody else who brought it up. Obi could be back here. You never know, guys. Thibs could be gone. Julius Randle, it's time for him to get his money. He could be up out of here. And remember, around the same time that Julius can be opting out is when Obi's contract is up. Julius could be out of here and Obi could come back. So just never say never. You never know, guys. And especially if Obi comes out there and starts balling for Indiana, y'all may want Obi back. Y'all saying what you're saying right now, and I get it. But the team could be different. So this is the last thing I want to say about this Obi thing, because it's not really the key of the show. Everybody's talking about what Obi can't do or what he didn't do here, but understand the roster and how the roster was made up. Obi could come back here 2 years from now, and the roster doesn't have to be the same. We could have a small forward who's a lockdown defender. We could have a shooting guard who's a defender. We could have a backup point guard who's a strong defender, and Jalen Brunson could still be here. Our center may not even be Mitch. It could be somebody else who plays defense but can score more. The team could be different. You know what I mean? So whatever his faults are may be made up for by having different players on the roster to account for that stuff. And Obi may be a better player at that point. Now it's Obi turns into, and I'm not saying he will be, I'm saying Obi could be more of a Stoudemire type player, a guy who doesn't play defense but scores, and so he makes up for that. Because there's a lot of guys like that in the league. And dare I say it, most people's, most people's favorite player is a player that doesn't play defense. Tell me I'm wrong. Not you, Sherwood, because I don't know who your favorite player is, but something tells me your favorite player plays defense. But most people's favorite player in the NBA, doesn't play defense. Now, of course, if you're a LeBron fan, you got the best of both worlds. But most people's favorite player doesn't play defense. And I say that because the league is a young league and there's young fans who kind of outweigh us old fogies, us old heads. So I'm really looking at that. So I'm making my argument that way. And most of the young fans gravitate to the young talent, right? Kyrie's on his way out. He's a little older now, but they still respect Kyrie. But like the Ja Morant don't play great defense. He's a little better because he's quick. He can steal the ball. But he's not the greatest defender. He's better than Jalen Brunson, but you know what I mean? But it's just pure defense. Can he get cooked? Yes, he can get cooked. Yes. So a lot of that is around the league. A lot of these young guys, they don't play the greatest defense. Is what it is. All right. So let's get it cracking, guys. I think we've had enough Obi talk to last us for an eternity, man. Shout out to my guy Divine. I was just talking about you guys earlier, man. Knicks Real Talk in the building. Please support and show love for these guys, man. Show love for their show. They definitely deserve it. And by all means, guys, I know you see me up here rocking, but you're all welcome to jump on the show and slide into the panel pause. Don't feel, I know I got my show agenda, whatever, but you guys are all welcome. Don't feel like, I don't want you guys to jump on. I appreciate all y'all. Double A says, I agree, Ron Brunson. That's one good move in how many years? Bottom line is we got to draft well and develop things we have not done well in years. Pray for Brunson and Randle's health under Thibs. Charge. Yeah, true. But once again, Double A, that is the one good move that we've made in years. But the one good move happened last year, like last offseason. It took place last year was the benefits of it. Just happened when you think about it. So let's just see. Let's see. I'm a little frustrated too. I mean, of course, I would have loved the Knicks to go out there and get somebody. I'm still upset that we didn't get Donovan. That's me. Sorry. I'm honest with myself. Hey, what's going on? Ghetto Intellect in the building. My guy, GI, was good. I was watching the show with you and Free Keith the other day, man. That was a good show, man. I'm happy to see you guys back. We need that in our Knick community as well, man. Appreciate you, bro. IQJ is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Hope everybody's doing well. You know what Obi didn't do? Play defense. I know. But like I said, IQJ, there's a lot of guys out there that don't play no defense, but they understand they don't play defense, so they score. And Obi just has to learn. I'm just keeping it funky. Let's just keep it real. Obi may not be a defensive player ever, but he better learn how to score and put up them buckets. So that's what I expect Obi's to start doing this year. He's already talking like it's going to be Lob City over there. So I expect Obi to try to get busy and put up some points. And if Obi starts putting up points consistently, because when you start doing that, then you start to learn a little bit more about your game. You start to learn moves out there on the court that work, and you get a go-to move. Then Obi can be something. You know what I mean? He may not be what you want him to be, but he can still be something. Amari Stoudemire never played adequate defense, yet he was a star in this league. And when he came to the Knicks, let me tell you, he showed it. Once Carmelo got here, it was a little different because now you got the New York's darling, right? Because we love Carmelo. But when Stoudemire was here by himself, he was getting busy, man. He had that streak of eight games in a row or something like that with 30+ points. He was in MVP voting contention. Like Stoudemire was getting busy. So, and that's a guy who don't play no defense. Oh, and was never taught defense. They never taught me. Hold on. That cracks me up every time I hear it. Hold on. Wait. I got to take a joke. Oh, my God. They never taught me how to play defense. Whew, that's crazy. Oh, Mari, a funny guy. Oh, man. Crazy stuff, bro. Crazy stuff. GI says, okay, this is the last thing. He says they're going to use him in the G League due to his New York popularity. Obi will regret falling out with Thibs. Maybe I missed what you're referring to, that first part. They're going to use, Jacob Toppen. Got you. I got you. I see what you're saying. I hear you, brother. Keith Turner in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. All right. D Coolis is here. Salute. Let's run through this and get it cracking. Appreciate you. Shaw Legacy in the building. What's good, Shaw? Thank you for being here, tuning in. The Public Enemy #1 is in the building. I mean, look. I mean, that's what I'm saying, the Public Enemy. I get it. And I understand the frustration on the other side, too. Obi just didn't live up to what they thought he could do here. But part of that has to do with Thibs and his system and Obi just not being that type of guy. And then being behind Julius Randle. You just got to understand, you cannot not think about all the factors. But you can't downplay that Obi was the NCAA player of the year. Like he was getting busy in college. I don't know what to say. Artifact in the building. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right. Let's get it cracking, man. All right. We've been on this Obi thing way too long. And believe me, it's gonna pop up again. It's gonna rear its ugly head again in the future. Don't worry. The Obi conversation is never gonna be over. But yeah, man. Let's start off by just getting into these D Rose comments. I kind of might have alluded to it a little bit, I think, on the NBA wrap up this past Thursday. And I might have talked about, I feel like I talked about it a little bit somewhere else. I don't know. But yeah. D Rose dropped a little fire on our guy Thibs, just, you know, with kind of how his time was here, but it's towards the end. You know what I mean? Like, I hate that that's the thing, like with sound bites and all this stuff. They make it seem like like D Rose didn't love Thibs or didn't love being a Knick. He came back, you know what I mean? He was here twice. So but I do understand that it looks a little funky. So look, there's nothing wrong with what he said. He basically said that he felt that he could still play, right? And at some point, obviously, by Thibs's actions, Thibs didn't feel the same way. Thibs was already starting to like give him the retirement role, like, you know, it's been a good career, appreciate your service stuff type. And Derrick wasn't really feeling it. You know what I mean? He said a couple things. Derrick Rose was getting some things off his chest. Like, the other thing he said was that he wasn't, you know, he's not there in Memphis to babysit Ja Morant. Like, he's there to actually play, which goes back to, I still think I can play in this league. You know what I mean? I wasn't used because of whatever reason. And, you know, part of that too is, if you guys remember, let's keep it funky. Derrick Rose was playing early in the season. All right. He did get run out there. He was getting used. And I remember my conversation, or what I was thinking to myself when I was watching Derrick Rose play. What's wrong with Derrick Rose? Why he moving like that? He recovering from an injury? He look a little slow. I don't know what's happening. That's what I was saying to myself. I was like, what is up with D Rose? He just didn't look like the same D Rose I've been used to seeing. It looked like he might have lost a little step or something. That's what I was saying. And guess what? When I had conversations with my other Knick peoples, they were saying it too. Like, yeah, you know, he look a little slow, or something looks a little different. I don't know what's up with him. So, you know, I think Thibs might have saw that and said, that's my guy. Uh-oh. How do I do this? I have to sit this one out, D. I don't know, man. Might have to sit this one out. Let me get my guy Double A in here.
What up, Ryan?
What's up, boss? How you doing?
It's all good, baby. I didn't know we were connected, man. You know I'm a Boricua, right?
Are you?
Yes, I am.
Look at that. Nice.
Brooklyn born.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about, man. I go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I said, your wife got to be hooking you up, man.
I know, bro.
You say you can't speak Spanish. I know you can say arroz habichuela.
All the time, man. Loco gandules, chuletas, arroz con pollo. You know what I mean? I know the food stuff.
So you down, baby.
I know the food stuff. Don't play with me there.
Sell yourself short.
Yeah, man.
I came on, brother, because of the way this topic is headed. You know, first of all, I say shout out to the fellas out there in the chat. This is for you, Parrish, because, you know, me and you, it seems like we're about the same age, and we've been riding through this for the same period of time. And I feel your pain and you feel mine. See, some of the young fellas, man, you know, like Ryan, you probably, what, 20 years deep? As far
1993.
So
1993.
You came in the midst of the greatness, baby. You know, Patrick Ewing and the fellas. See, that was time, good time.
Yeah.
See, but before that and after that is where we've been suffering, man. And my whole thing is, look, I would like once time for the Knicks to say, okay, this ain't working, man. And I thought this was it with Rose, and this is why sometimes I'm disappointed because Rose said that something that always, hit me, man, is you got to develop your own stars, man. And I thought that's where we were headed, with the draft and development. Yeah, smart trades, Brunson, no doubt about it. Like you said, man, that's a positive acquisition. We can look at that and say, hey, that's a solid move. That's a move for now and the future. But my whole thing is just wasting time, man. That's why you see teams like Boston and Milwaukee, even though they're good, man, they could have came back with the same squads and nobody would have said nothing. Nobody would have ranked them, I don't think, any lower, but they know how it is, man. You got to get to it, and I just feel that the Knicks haven't been doing that, man. It's just simple moves that could have made us even better this year. I'd have went for somebody like Jeff Green, man. What was wrong bringing somebody like Jeff Green, a veteran, smart ball player that can fill that backup power forward, man. Back it up. We got to understand that Julius Randle, for his Iron Man reputation, brother, he's coming back off of a rebuilt ankle. That's your base, brother. That's what you jump off of. That's where you run off of. That's what you push off, In the game of basketball, that's one of the top sports that ankle injuries, man, they affect your ability to play. And the last thing we want is, man, for Julius to come out and get hurt because of all the criticism he gets. I mean, you said it. We need Julius Randle. Julius Randle is not a scrub. We need Julius Randle.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, we just see things like this, man, where, like I said, Randle, man, he can't come out blazing, brother. We got to take it easy with him, man. So what do? We played Josh Hart out of position. Josh Hart was a number one rebounding guard. That doesn't translate to different positions. Like, okay, all of a sudden, it's a big difference, brother. Josh Hart's game is jumping in the lane, jumping in, passing lanes, getting steals. And, he gets those rebounds because he comes in there and surprises people, whatever. That's a big difference, you and I know, than posting up and banging with some 6'9", 240, 250, 6'10", 6'11 dude. It's not the same. And we ballers, we know that we played the game. No, it's not the same, man. Come on, 6'4" versus 6'11. That's rough, man.
Believe me, I don't mean to cut you off, Double A, but believe me, I know, because I'm 6'4", and when I used to go to the college gyms, I went to Stony Brook to visit my friends and stuff, and played on the court with some of the guys that was on that team. I was like, damn, this is different. I wasn't ready for these dudes. Was trees, man. I was like, damn.
Yeah, and you take away Josh Hart's value. We're paying this man big bucks to be Josh Hart. Not to be a backup power forward banging with 6'9", 6'10 dudes, man. We need him to be Josh Hart. And I'm just saying, we needed to deal from our strengths, and our strength was at the guard position. So we could have did a sign and trade and maybe got somebody like a Jeff Green, decide on Quickly or Dante, because to me, that's redundant, having both players on the same squad. Especially Quickly, he's in contract year, man. He needs his PT. He's shown that last year. He needs his playing time to be effective. He needs to be comfortable in his role, to be effective. And, now we don't know what the rotation is going to be, who's going to get what minutes, And like I said, to get people run, we're going to have to play people out of position. And my biggest fear, man, is the way Thibs uses our players, the way he runs them down. And now you got a Randle coming off, and, what he said, Randle good. Julius said, I'm still, I'm getting there, you know what I mean? But in Thibs' eyes, he's good, So, I don't see him resting them and stuff like that, And then Brunson, you know how Brunson is, man. He's like a ping pong ball all over the place, He's banging off of people. He's falling down. He's taking charges, We got to watch him, man. He's a prized commodity, man.
Yeah. I mean, listen, let me play a little bit of,
okay.
what I got to do. Let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here. Okay. Well, let me say this. Would you have been happy? Say they did try to do that, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's like a good, if you can do it, I think that would have been I like that idea. But what if they would have, shoot, why am you just said his name? Well, I'm already going blank on it.
Jeff?
The power. Jeff Green. What if the Knicks would have went out there and tried to do that, right? And got Jeff Green and then just didn't have enough money to do anything else? Would you have been happy with just having Jeff Green?
Yeah, because we already had Quickly.
Okay. All right. Now,
if we were trying to fill another spot or whatever, another need, I understand that, wasting, our tradability or whatever you want to call it to get Green, whatever we had to do, but we still had the ability to decide, okay, because to me, going after Dante is saying we were lacking at the guard position. What do you think, Ron? You go out looking for something else. That means you ain't happy with what you got.
Well, actually, I think what we were lacking, but specifically, and that's what I wanted to get into with you.
Okay.
So a lot of people around the not around the league. Who am I? Like I'm in the NBA. A lot of people in this Knicks community feel, and I'm not opposed to it. I think there's a lot of truth to that too. We've seen it. A lot of people feel that one of the Knicks' weaknesses outside of the starting lineup, it's okay in the starting lineup, but overall, is ball handling, right? And being able to facilitate.
Yeah, Josh brought that up last week.
That Josh has always said that. And multiple other people have brought it up too. So here's the thing, and this is why I think, and I understand it looks redundant. You get another 6'4" guy who comes in 6'3", 6'4", same looking type of guard, blah, blah, blah. But one of Dante DiVincenzo's biggest assets is his ball handling. He can handle the rock, and he can move with the ball and find guys. He can create like opportunities for people. And I think outside of the DiVincenzo, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Archiacono connection, the Villanova boys, the guy does have some good attributes in his game. So that's why they could sell this to the organization. This is how we can make this work. But I think really the key for the Knicks is you may not think that there's a change, but when the Knicks go out there and they start playing, and that second unit looks a little bit more functional now because you got a guy who, when he has the ball in his hands, is not just going to chuck. He's not just going to take his own shot and call his own number, but he's going to look for other people. And when he's doing it, he's putting it, because it's one thing. What is that term that they use for point guards? Passing a guy open. It's one thing to pass the ball to a guy, takes a shot, whatever. It's another thing to pass a guy open, like to get an opportunity, create an opportunity for him, leading him to the basket or into a good shot. DiVincenzo knows, he knows how to do that stuff. And being with Golden State for a year or whatever didn't hurt either, because they know how to do that over there very well. So I that's why I think that this was a really big move for the Knicks, because outside of what you saw last year, the Knicks won 47 games, but there was times when Brunson was on the bench, that offense looked stagnant. The ball wasn't moving around, and that's what quickly out there. So I just think that's why I think Dante's important to the Knicks. Outside of all the other stuff and how he looks similar to other players, his being able to handle the ball and help pass guys open and develop these opportunities is what's really key. Now, I know that may not be enough for some people, but the Knicks are looking at it differently. Like, that could help this team. If we were a little less stagnant at times with the bench, maybe some of these leads would have been a little easier to maintain. Some of the losses we had that we shouldn't have lost, that down the stretch, the games got a little close, and we're running around using up all the shot clock and not finding a right opportunity or taking bad shots because the ball's not moving properly. Obi's in the corner looking at RJ, and RJ's not passing the ball steady. He's going up 1-on-3. You know what I mean? Stuff like that might be avoided. Some of that stuff can kind of, be handled differently. That's my thought on that.
Now, first, I want you to know I wasn't against the trade. I wasn't against the trade, but I felt it should have been between Quickly and Dante. This is what I'm saying. If we felt we need to bring Dante DiVincenzo on the team for those particular reasons you were talking about, which is excellent point. Both of you and Josh made excellent points last week of how that hurt us in the playoffs. What I'm saying is you choose one. We could have used Quickly to strengthen another weakness. Now we added, it's a luxury. Having Dante and Quickly, what I'm saying, together on the Knicks is a luxury. And when we have deficiencies in other areas, we should use our assets to go ahead and get things done and get what we need, right? Like we've been needing a wing, man, for 2 seasons. We thought we had one last year in Cam. I still think we had one in Cam, but, that's the way it goes. He's not here. But we haven't addressed those things. And this is my frustration. I'm always going to root for the New York Knicks. I don't want to get that misinterpretation out there that I'm all out. This is preseason for me. This is off season for me. This is my time to get mad. But when the season starts, I'm pro Knick. I'm rooting for them to do well. I would never root for them to do bad to prove a point of mine. That's not a fan. That's not a loyal fan. You know what I mean? I don't look for certain players to do bad because that affects the Knicks. That affects our wins and losses. And I just feel that we have to stop driving around and making the wrong moves and wasting time. We got to act like, hey, we're going for the championship. And like you said, I made a point that I felt like the season was over before it's even started because of the way Milwaukee and Boston has built up their rosters, and I feel that way. Not because I don't have confidence in the Knicks, not that I, want to be a bummer or sour puss, but because we haven't done the things that people that are aspiring to be championship contenders do. Rose and them think, hey, bro, we got all this time. Oh, we're going to wait. We've been waiting for this superstar to walk through those doors. Even you said it, Ronnie. You tired of it. I'm tired of it, too. I'm tired of it, man. Oh, LeBron's coming. KD's coming. Kyrie's coming. This is coming. Oh, we're going to sign this. And if you look at it, the only superstar that I see right now, that I see maybe shaking loose in the next 2 years, this top-level dog superstar that we've been looking for and needing. The only one that I see shaking loose is, Donovan, Spider. But other than that, do you see any other ones that you think?
Honestly, I only see 2. I think Milwaukee saved their I don't want to say it. Yeah, no, kind of, probably saved their franchise from going the opposite direction and rebuilding and retooling by bringing in Dame. So I think that saved them with Giannis, and I think Giannis is very loyal, so he's probably going to stay there. Depending, because I don't think they're going to. At worst, I don't think they're going to be bad. I think they're going to be just as good, if not a little better than they were last year. So, and who knows, that maybe they're even better than that. Who knows? But so I think they're fine. So I think he's off the board, in my opinion. Seen enough of this to say I'm not even thinking about that guy no more. I think Donovan is one who I think definitely will shake loose and be available at some point. And remember, don't think that just because, say, 2 years from now, or a year from now, after, I don't know if it's after this year he can opt out or what, but it's in the next 2 years. If he does come free and he's out there, don't necessarily think the Knicks are going to get him either. The Knicks could mess that up or might have some other reasoning, for not doing listen, anything can happen. Joel Embiid, I still think he's the one you got to watch because I think he's going to be, I think Philadelphia still has some good players over there. I think Nick Nurse.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I think he's one you got to watch. I think Nick Nurse is I think Nick Nurse is.
Oubre really balances well with the other players they have on the team. I mean, they still have Maxey, and they got a power forward. His name is escaping me.
The dude from Long Island. Wow, I'm forgetting his name too.
Well, they still got, and a big pickup is Pat Bev. I mean, he's a pain in the butt. I mean, he can disrupt stuff.
Yeah, no, but that gives them some toughness over there. I mean, they still have the other
that was
guy?
Harris. We're thinking about Harris.
Harris, right? Yes. Do they still have the other guy over there? Let me take a look at Philly's roster real quick. Why not?
Is it Tucker?
Yes, Tucker, PJ. I'm just trying to see. I don't remember if he's still there or not.
No, he moves around. he was with Miami.
Yeah, he's still there. So, yeah. I mean, PJ Tucker and Beverly, they're gonna have a little. We kind of take a look at. Hold on, 1 second. Because we talked about Philadelphia, we've been downplaying Philadelphia because they got so much drama over there, right?
Yeah.
But Philadelphia has got Patrick Beverly, they've got PJ Tucker, so defensively that gives them some backbone, right? They brought in Kelly Oubre, who is a 20-point per game scorer. He's not that great on defense. He's not that efficient. He's very RJ-like. They got similar numbers. We talked about that. Some people might say he's a little better than RJ. Okay, whatever. Let me see. I'm just trying to look at the differences. They still have James Harden obviously there, and who knows what's going to happen with that.
And they're going to get pieces for him if they trade him.
Right. But just looking at that, I mean, that's pretty much it. But the other thing is they also got Mo Bamba.
Yeah, that was a pickup.
That's interesting. But, when you look at the team, Tyrese Maxey, Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid, who else? Pat Bev, PJ Tucker. Who else do I think is going to play a intricate role over there? DeAnthony Melton, Korkmaz. I see Montrezl Harrell here. I don't know. I didn't know they had Montrezl Harrell, but
yeah, he
okay.
played backup center for them last year.
Okay.
And the Clippers are talking about the latest news is one of the offers they think they heard about was the Clippers offering Terrence Mann and a couple of number 1 picks as a base.
Philadelphia might do that, man. They stalling because they don't want to make James Harden happy, but they might do that just to get this guy up out of there and bring in Terrence Mann and some picks.
Move on with the season. That'd probably be the best thing for them. But so that, as we got into that conversation, is because how it affects the availability of Embiid to us. So, like I said, it's very limited. That superstar, so-called savior, man, I don't see where he's coming from, unless we find Mitchell, another guy.
All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Building Block said, didn't Montrezl tear his ACL? Yeah, maybe that's the case. Because I felt like he was out somehow. I don't know. But okay, maybe that's the case. But either way, look, if Embiid has been in the league long enough, he's been the MVP. He's been in the voting for the MVP multiple years. If they don't get to the Eastern Conference Finals this year, he's going to have to look at it a certain way. And I think that, there's a chance that they don't. Right, I don't even know if they can make it to the second round.
But then then we get in a position, even if he does decide, okay, I want to be traded. Does Morey want to trade him to the Knicks? A lot of people are saying if we offer enough, they'll take it. You know what I mean? But
that's another thing. We don't know.
That's another hope.
We don't know about that either. We don't know if Daryl Morey would even want to trade with the Knicks. That's very true too. You know what I mean? And it kind of, I think when it comes to Embiid, it depends on what you're looking at. If he gets a trade offer that blows him away and he can get somebody like some really good players that can fit right into Philadelphia, then that's one thing. But if he's not getting that type of stuff and it's more about picks, that's different. Maybe then he would trade with whoever, because then they'd be in more of a rebuilding mode and kind of break this thing down and build it up again. We just don't know that. That's a whole nother story. But I don't think, honestly, that's the thing that, it's a good thing that you brought it up. That's the thing that I think a lot of Knicks fans unfortunately have to face. There's not a lot of guys out there that the Knicks can go out and get that are at the level where we even want to bring them in. There's other guys out there that we've talked about. We don't need to get into it again, but the Cats of the world, people don't even want them here, So there's not a lot of guys that we actually want, and some people don't want Embiid here. So it's like there's not a lot of people you can go out and bring into the Knicks. I'm just saying. So it's tough.
That's why I think it was more important for us to address our needs, man, and forget that star chasing, man. Strengthen our team. Like I said, a move like that, switching Dante for Quickly and using Quickly to get somebody like Jeff Green on the team or another valuable piece, something we need, and giving us a real chance against teams like Milwaukee and Boston, who already were ahead of us but got stronger. But concentrate our efforts now on developing and adding, using our assets to add to our roster to areas of needs, like a small forward, backup power forward, you know what I mean? And go with what we got, go with Brunson, Randle, RJ, that's where kind of we at now, and I just hope somewhere in there, like you said, there has to be that balance, man, between drafting and developing and, free agency, and that it's got to be a balance. And right now we don't have that balance. A lot of people talk about our young ball players. Remember, Quickly is already on year 4. RJ is on year 5. Sims should be playing. He should be considered for the backup power forward, but I guess he's not. So he's like a waste. Deuce, I mean, I don't know, Ron. Maybe you can answer this. I didn't see situations and times where Deuce, when he played like consistent minutes or played, good amount of minutes, where he hurt us. You know what I mean? I mean, the guy's a good defender and got a decent 3-point shot. And I don't see how, 10 minutes of Deuce McBride, I mean, Deuce is gonna hurt us. You know what I mean? That way we can give Brunson that adequate rest. And if he ain't the dude, then like D says, like you said, we need a point guard. We need to bring a point guard in, somebody that can fill that role. What about Pat Bev? He would have been good for that role. He would have added something to us. He would have made us tougher. He would have gave us something, we didn't have. You know what I mean? And these are the things I'm disappointed at. Okay, if we're taking this route, we're thinking Randle, Brunson, and Barrett is what we're riding. Then support them.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the problem with that. For example, like Pat Bev. Pat Bev is just, I don't know what's his issue. So I'm gonna say, just from my perception of him, I just don't think he is humbled enough right now. And if you might be like, what does that mean? I think he still has his same mentality that he always has, but his game is not the same, right? And so when one changes, the other has to adapt. You can't go out there acting like you are like a star on this team, because he feels very strongly about who he is on the team and how he can affect change. And I get it, and you should feel that way. That's how you make it in the league. But he's different. He don't shoot the way he used to shoot. He's not an adequate scorer anymore. He's basically a non-factor on the offensive end. He don't even knock down open threes the way he used to. So, and then on the defensive end, you can't act like he does still play good defense, but you can't act like that's enough. And you demand certain things. He's still kind of in that diva mode. And that's why he might be a little bit more of a problem trying to, control. And I think the Knicks have had enough issues with certain off the court type stuff that not off the court, but like stuff that's not within the game mattering, and it shouldn't. And I don't think that they would want to bring in another guy like that to deal with, even though I think Pat Bev would have been a nice person to have. I think he would help these guys get stronger on their defense and learn different things that he's had in the league. Like, that was good mentorship, but it is what it is. It's just his personality that makes it a little tough. And then when you said in regards to Deuce, I think the problem with Deuce, well, first off, I think this is Deuce's last year with the Knicks. I don't know if they're going to hold on to him, because now that you got all these other guards, I just think they just bring more to the table than Deuce can bring to the table at this moment. Does that mean Deuce will never do it? No, I think Deuce can get better, but right now, I don't see it. Deuce last year averaged 3.5 points per game in almost 12 minutes, right? But that's not the issue. I get it. It's only 12 minutes. It's tough, you know. You don't always get the ball when you're in there. You're in there, you're playing defense, but, you know, maybe you're not even facilitating because someone else has the ball. Fine. But in those 12 minutes, Deuce shot 29% from three. Almost 30%, 29.9. So let's say 30%. That's not a good number.
No, it's not.
He shot 66% from the free throw line. You know, it's passable, but that's not great either. But here's the thing that I always look at when I'm thinking about Deuce, because sometimes, you know, the scoring, that takes a minute. He also shot 35% from the field, which is horrible. You got to shoot 43, 44 plus to be average in the league. He shot 35% from the field. 1.1 assists per game. You know what I mean? Less than a rebound. 0.1 block, so he's not blocking shots. But not that I expect him to, but I'm just saying, like, he's got a little athleticism. He's got that long wingspan. And one of the things that Deuce was really good at, especially his rookie year, is getting steals, getting the passing lanes. 0.6 steals per game, not even one steal in the time that he's, you know what I mean? So it's like, what value does he really add when he's out there? We may like him. We may have seen him do things before and think he has potential. But when you actually look at what he's doing out there, it's just not a lot. And the not being able.
Why don't we get rid of him? This what I'm saying. If we saying Deuce McBride ain't the answer, backup point guard, then we have assets. Why aren't we getting a point guard that can back up Brunson instead of running Brunson into the ground or trying to use another player to, you know, play that position?
Well, I think they did. I think they did get him.
And who's that?
Dante DiVincenzo.
Is he going to play backup point guard?
I believe he will.
So what does that do to Quickly's minutes?
It's gonna be. I think they're gonna be interchangeable. It's gonna be in tandem. I think it's just gonna be that they're both out there being able to handle the ball and run the offense. They're probably running sets right now where both of them have the ball in their hands and running sets. Quickly gets his opportunity. DiVincenzo gets his opportunity, so that whoever has the ball can continue to run the sets the way they want to. That interchangeability that Thibs has always been wanting. I think that's what they're trying to do.
So you figure Grimes would be the starter as shooting guard, right?
Yeah, I think they already said that that's going to be the lineup. Is the lineup they started with last year? That's going to be Grimes.
Now the backup point guard minutes are not going to be enough minutes to justify Dante, right? His contract. And that
no, because
he was expecting 20 minutes, right?
I think he's going to get that, but it's just not all going to be a backup point guard. He'll be a shooting guard, or he'll be a small forward. He'll just be out there at whatever position is available. So that's what they're going to do.
So we got Grimes starting. What do you think of fair minutes for Grimes to shine? I mean, we've all said this is the year we want to see Grimes step it up. You know, the things I think, the adversary things that I think he's facing is basically, you know, sharing the ball with Brunson, Barrett, and Randle in the starting lineup. The shots just ain't there for him to average more, you know, unless he just becomes more selfish and takes more shots, whatever. But, you know, he needs minutes at the shooting guard position so that, you know, depending on how many minutes he gets is what's left for Quickly and the remainder of Dante's minutes.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, but I think Grimes is going to be around 18 minutes. Maybe. See, the thing about Grimes is I think Grimes is going to be around 18 minutes per game, but that's not no, but that's the thing. I think Grimes has to earn that, and he can, because what Grimes has been doing, I'm actually very pleased with. If he goes out there and Yeah, if he goes out there and he starts balling and he starts looking more confident with his shot, getting to the rim, doing different things to get more, opportunities up and be a better scorer, he's going to force Thibs' hand to give him more minutes. Because Thibs got no problem with just saying, you know what? I'm going to play Grimes another 4 or 5 minutes, or, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, something like that. He's going to make those minutes go up to 20 or maybe 22, something like that. And it's not a big deal to take a couple more minutes from the likes of Quickly or DiVincenzo, because remember, once again, it goes back to that thing. The Knicks are going to play very short-handed. I want them to play a 10-man roster. They're not. They're going to go 9-man, and a 9-man roster, you can find minutes.
Sometimes
right. There's going to be minutes for these guys because they're not playing a lot of guys. It's just going to happen.
But statistically, it's only 96 minutes between shooting guard and point guard. It's only 96 minutes. So do the subtraction. Brunson, 38, right? How many did that leave? Then you got, and like what I'm saying is I think there's not enough time for these guys. Grimes needs more than 18 minutes to do his thing. You know what I mean? Especially playing with Barrett and Randle and Brunson, the opportunities just ain't gonna be there. You know what I mean? He's just gotta be like the glue guy.
But hold on, Double A. To your point, I don't think that Brunson's gonna be playing 38.
No.
I
would hope not.
I don't think Julius is going to be playing high 30s. He may be playing low 30s, but I don't think he's going to, because I think that's what they're going to do. They got more players. DiVincenzo is someone that I think Thibs is going to believe in, which is going to allow him to be a little bit more flexible with giving these guys more minutes off the bench and allowing the starters to rest more. He couldn't do that last year because he couldn't trust. There was no ball movement. There was stagnant. There's times that we saw that the bench did consist of all bench players and no starters. It was rare, but once in a blue it happened. And when it happened, Thibs didn't like what he saw. So he had to kind of go back to guys, right? But if he feels comfortable and these guys start to show him, hey, they can still keep the game going. They can play defense. They can put some points up and keep us in the game. He'll do it. He'll do it because he's still got the short rotation, but he believes in those guys. And I think DiVincenzo's going to help with that. And I think Quickly's going to help. I think Quickly's going to ball out this year too. I think all these young Knicks is going to get busy. I think Grimes is going to get busy, and I think Quickly's going to get busy.
I just don't think the minutes are there. Somebody is going to get the short end of the stick. They have to. Just minute-wise, it's just not enough. It's just not enough minutes. You know what I mean? Quickly or Dante, one of those two guys are going to be shorted minutes. They're not going to play 20 minutes a game, which takes us back to that conversation. Does Quickly deserve to get $100 million if you're not going to play him 20 minutes a game?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so look, this is just the minute. Let me give you real quick the minute breakdown from last year's Knicks.
Okay.
Julius Randle played 35.5. Jalen Brunson played 35. RJ Barrett played 33.9. One is another thing. Is RJ going to get 34 minutes? Don't know about that. Unless he balls out like the way I think he. But even then, I don't know if he's getting 34 minutes. I don't know. So that's this. Quickly. 28.9, so 29 minutes for Quickly. Quentin Grimes played 30 minutes last year. Imagine that. So really? I know 18 is a big drop from 30. So maybe I'm a little wrong in that. Maybe he will find more minutes for Grimes. Okay, it is what it is. But damn, 30 minutes for Grimes. Does Grimes need to play 30 minutes? Did you even think Grimes gave you 30-minute type production? I don't think so. So that's another thing that Thibs is going to look at and say, well, listen, did I need to play right now? Do I need to play Grimes 30 minutes? Grimes is a big part of the defense. He might have to, but it's all going to depend on what DiVincenzo does and that second unit and stuff like that. We got to see. Who else? Mitchell Robinson, 26.9, so 27 minutes per game. So that's 7 guys with over 27 minutes per game. I think they can find some minutes. That now you got to take a little bit from each of those guys to give DiVincenzo some minutes. And there's other minutes. Obviously, you had Obi making 15, so DiVincenzo automatically gets those 15 if you want to look at it that way, right? And then you can add a couple more minutes taking from. I think it can work. Double A. I think it sounds crazy, but
it's gonna work. It's gonna work, but it's gonna take playing somebody out of position.
Yes, and that is what's going to happen. So that's what I want you to understand. That's going to happen. The Knicks are going to use guys that yes, it's going to happen. Maybe not a lot, but Hart's going to be a power forward at some point. You might even see RJ there at some point in weird lineups. It's going to happen. Maybe not too much, but it's going to happen. So just get used to that. You're going to see it.
It has to get everybody the minutes.
Yeah, you're going to see it.
And that's why I would have liked them to decide, okay, we're going to bring in Dante DiVincenzo because he's going to give us toughness. He's going to give us familiarity playing with Brunson. He's going to give us, all these things that we've been looking for. So we got Grimes and we got Quickly. What do we need? We're still lacking a wing. We're still lacking a backup power forward. And we're still lacking a backup point guard because, like you said, you feel Deuce ain't the one. You know what I mean? So these are 3 spots that I felt that if we had addressed those, the lineup, the roster would have balanced more. The minutes would have balanced more. It would have been more, we wouldn't have to play people out of position, But what it is what it is, right, Big Ron? So it looks like we're getting ready to start.
Look, it's gonna be different. It's gonna and the traditional Knick fan, the traditional B-ball fan who's used to seeing these team rosters put together a certain way. It's not what you're used to. This is different. This is definitely not the 90s Knicks. So it is what it is. As I said, I don't know what they are now, but at one point going into this season, in the off season, the Golden State Warriors had nobody on the team taller than 6'9". Nobody.
Yeah.
So some of these teams it's different. I don't know if it's going to work, and I don't know if it's the right thing to do.
Up, and now they're going big.
Yes, because that's like, you start to look at your team, you start to look at FIBA and all this stuff. Like Denver won, they're tall. You know what I mean? Milwaukee's got a pretty tall lineup. These young teams, the Orlandos, they got taller players at different positions. Oklahoma City, they're getting these lengthy guys. Yeah, like you gotta pay attention.
Cleveland, Detroit, Orlando, Atlanta, all these teams getting big, man.
Yeah. Let me get my guy in the building. I was about to shout him out in the chat, but now I can shout him out in real life. You know what I mean? The 3 capital S's, my guy Jay Boogie in the building. What up, Jay Boogie?
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all great men doing, man? Shout out to you on the show, man. Everything that you do about your show, man. Man, you're just such a great host, man, and everything that you're doing to you and your family.
Appreciate you.
Shout out to my man Double A. Like I said last week, I ain't talking about the battery, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking Double A himself, man. And shout out to everybody in the chat, man. The most beautiful, loyalist people it is up under this orange and blue umbrella, man. Hope everybody having a great weekend. Hope it's real valuable to you, being able to be off for the weekend, doing things with your loved ones and everything, whatever it takes, man. Remember, man, summer's just about gone. It's going to get cold, man. Take a stroll, take a walk in the park, do something, you know what I'm saying? It's okay to go do a picnic, man. Be a cornball like me, you know what I mean? But, man, hope everybody in this form of health, man. Anything that you're going through, we don't pray that you go through it. We pray that you also get through it, man. What's happening with you gentlemen, man?
Hey, can't complain. Everything good. Everything good on my end,
brother. Here kicking it, man. Just looking forward to this new season of basketball to see what team's going to do. What it is. Like we were just talking about, the ifs and what ifs, but, we're down to the wire now, Jay Boog. It's what it is. So, like I told Ronnie, I'll still be cheering. And, the thing is to root for success, not to justify my thoughts about hoping, the Knicks don't do well. I don't think those are attributes of a real fan. You know what I mean, Boog?
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
actually, wait. One second, Jay Boogie. Before you do that, I realize I got a super chat out there I didn't get to, and I just want to say what's up to a couple more people that I see. Real quick, Parrish, thank you for the super chat. He said, if I see one more fool say 31 or younger is old, you know what I mean? 31 right now. That's 15 years. I'll take that in a heartbeat. Give me that back. I hear you, Paris. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, you guys is wilding out there, man. I'll take 31 in a heartbeat. Of course, I want to keep the same knowledge I have now. Like, if I could be 31 doing still Knicks fans, change the game. Anyway, let me see here. Shout out to Vaughn Allen once again. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Brooklyn Butch is in the building. Salute, my guy. Shout out to Evergreen G. What's good, Evergreen? Appreciate you, my brother. Listen, guys, if y'all haven't checked out the NBA wrap up this past Thursday, Evergreen G was the special guest. We chopped it up and talked about the NBA. You already know how Evergreen gives it up for MBK. We always talking about stuff, but we also got into his life a little bit and his beat making, and we played one of his beats. You know, Evergreen is very talented in making beats. Kind of broke down how he got his style and what influenced him, and so it was a really cool conversation. If you haven't checked it out, check out the NBA wrap up this past Thursday on Nothing But Knicks. So let me also say what's up to my guy Andy, International Andy in the building. Salute, my guy. Appreciate you. Hey, the dog says what's up too. Let's go. International Andy in the building. It's me. Appreciate you. It's me. Thank you for being here and rocking. Sean Kearns, what's good? I hope you're doing good, Sean. It's been a minute. Always good to see you. Let me see. There's a couple more heads. Johnny Davis, what's good, Johnny? Appreciate you, bro. I hope you're doing well. I think I said what's up to Keith Turner, but if not, I'll say it twice. Appreciate you, brother. And I think I got everybody. Listen, and if I missed you out there, please believe it's not on purpose. It's just my eyes might be deceiving me. I might have, I think I said what's up to D Coolest, but if I didn't, D Coolest, what's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Shout out to Danny Thomas as well. Shout out to you, and shout out to Staff. I know we've been going back and forth, but I did say I gave him the don't let him fool you. Yes, of course. I never forget Staffer. What's good, Staffer? Yeah, I think I got everybody that might have popped in. If not, like I said, and right before I get to Jay Boogie, one other thing, because I see my guy Heck popped in. Shout out to Hector. Appreciate you from Morning Brew Sports Network. You guys see, I pinned in the chat already. Unfortunately, Hector's dealing with something personal with his dog. Things happen, man, and his dog Hank is dealing with kidney disease, and so he needs a treatment, and just asking if you guys can help or support. And if you can't support personally, if you could share the link with your peoples on your social medias or whatever, and maybe somebody can get him to his goal so he can get Hank the treatment he desperately deserves and needs, man. Man's best friend, you know how it is, man. So thank you guys. Appreciate y'all. Jay Boogie. Now back to what you were saying, brother.
Yo, did you shout out King Ribby?
Yeah, I got him earlier. Yeah.
Okay, shout out to King Ribby. That's another young MC, you know what I'm saying, up and coming, trying to make his way. You might need to reach out to Ribby too, man. Grab and bring him on amongst your hip hop show. And also, I'm gonna send you the information to my producer. You know what I'm saying? It's the green light with that situation too. So I'm gonna send you the information. I already.
Oh, that's dope.
Already send him your information so y'all can link up and collab and figure out, you know, what y'all can do. You know what I'm saying? Catch him while he ain't on a plane, because every time I turn around, I'm trying to get, I ain't hit, man. Where you at, man? But you need to take the machines up on that plane with you, man. When I need something, I need it. But yeah, man. I
appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Anything I can help, you know what I'm saying? Help you, you know what I'm saying? You come from the root all the way up to the tree, from the tree to the branch, leaves and arms. And anything to help you grow, man, my brother, I'll help you do that, man.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to say about the Knicks, man. You know, it's all up. The opportunity is here for us, but it's up to the Knicks. How you come into, you know what I'm saying, come into training camp is up to you, my brother. If you come into training camp with a chip on your shoulder, you feel like you got a chip on your shoulder, feeling like you got something that you want to prove, that's how you need to walk in the door. You guys, you know, all that lollygagging, taking pictures and kicking it with one another, stop acting like y'all ain't seen or been talking to one another throughout this whole turn that everybody call it off season, which y'all know I call it the on season. You know what I'm saying? Coming there with a chip on your shoulder, you should be feeling like, you know what I'm saying, the season ended in a way that you didn't want it to end. A lot of doors and a lot of opportunity was opened up for us. So how you come inside that training camp and how you figure out how you want to take it upon the person that's standing in front of you, that's probably trying to get your spot, get your playing time, get your job. What you do to him, you know what I'm saying, is going to show a lot. If you can't do nothing to the guy that's on your team that's in front of you, I don't look for you to do anything against the guy that you're playing against, you know what I'm saying, come opening night, you know what I'm saying. That's how I carry. You got to be hungry inside that, inside that training camp. You got to be able to let people know it's not a game. And I'm on record already. It's championship or bust for me. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that, do I feel like we're going to win a championship? No, I don't feel like that. But when you wake up in the morning, that's how you should be feeling. You should be feeling like, yo, we should be trying to be aiming towards going to get a championship. Last year, we know what that was. 1-1 series and we exited. You know what I mean? You should be looking way upon to the finish line. Get to the finish line. That's where the Knicks need to be. And it starts in training camp, man. How you come in from off season, how you worked out goes into training camp, and how the training camp goes, it comes into the practice, and how the practice comes, that goes on to the layup line. How the layup line goes, that goes into the game situation. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you need to be looking at, taking those small steps right there to get to it. We got a lot of potential, a lot of ball players. I don't want to hear no more than 9 rotation. Tom has a lot of players on his team that he can use, he can fit in, he can put in and take out. We're a real deep team, and we got guys that's been inside this situation. Ain't but one person that does not have Madison Square Garden a feel for it, and that's Dante. Everybody on this team should know how it feels inside that building. You should be used to it. It's not the brightest lights for you no more. You should be accustomed to playing inside that building and being able to handle your business and do what you got to do. I just think the team has a lot of opportunity to do it a lot, but it's up to nobody else. Excuse me. Come in. Can't nobody else do it for you. You got to do it and want to do it for yourself. We're gonna cheer and root and do all we can as a fan to help push y'all the way y'all need to be. But you know what I'm saying, y'all got to catch that wave and go ahead and get across, and do what y'all need to do. I'm already on record saying we got 41 games at the crib. That's the Terror Dome, like Chuck D say. I want to at the end of the season, I want to be 30-11 right there. And then them other 41 games that's on the road, I want to be 21-20, at the end of that right there. So what I'm saying is point blank, I want 50 games and I want to be 50-32. That's where I want to be. And that right there should put us somewhere the top 3. Definitely top 4, but top 3, 50 games in the East is a big number to win. But we got to start learning how to protect that home court, protect that crib, and let people know this is not a joke. This is not a game when you come in here no more. Just like when Paul George and Julius, he had the interview, and Paul said, "You've always been the type ball player that only played in the Madison Square Garden, and that's a place where you want to come in and you want to put on. Every player that comes in, what they want to put on, but when he flipped it and asked Julius, what does it feel like knowing that you playing in a hostile environment that people want to come in and want to put on every night and you play there every day? And like Julius said, this is the greatest place you want to ever play. Okay, y'all need to show that. Protect that and let us know that this is the greatest place you want to play and start protecting the crib. Don't let nobody come in here and take over this building no more. We should be 30-11 at the end of the season at the crib. And last year, we still had a great season. We was above 500 at the crib. We was above 500 on the road. We was above 500 for the whole season. And even though we got knocked out and went home the second round, we still was above 500 in the playoffs. So 500, we are above teams. So keep doing what you're doing and keep, keep rocking. But Tom there's no way in the world he can use a 9-man rotation. He should be able to point to anybody, and then everybody should be ready to go. You should be sweating on that bench and just looking at the coach. And then when you look down there, even if he ain't called, you should be standing up. You're talking about me, coach. You should be ready to get on that floor this year. Standing up, be ready to go, man.
So you agree with me, J-Bug?
Mm-hmm. Wait, hold on 1 second, Double A. Hold on 1 second. Let me get our guy in here as well, and then you can continue. I just want to get him in here, but I want to say one thing real quick. Hold on. Okay. That it? Let me wrap up. Yeah, I think I did that. Okay. I just wanted to put that in the chat real quick. And thanks again, Jay Boogie, for mentioning that with your producer and also King Ribby. King Ribby, was on the show in the chat not last week, but the week before, and mentioned how he gets down, because I didn't know. And he also said he was in recovery mode and trying to kind of get back to where he was so he can start putting out some stuff. If you ready, King Ribby, let me know, man. I'd love to have you on. Of course, if you got some music or whatever, we would love to be able to play it to showcase your talent. But if you don't have it yet, that's okay. Whenever you're ready, but I put in the chat the email for the NBA wrap up. So just holler at me. Let me know whenever you feel like you're ready to do it, and I'll get you in. We'll put you on the schedule and get you on the show.
Real quick, Ron. Yeah. I'm putting him on the spot. He got some music. I'm putting him on the spot. Ain't no more hidden talent around here nowhere no more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm putting my man Ribby on the spot. I got some of his music. So, if he don't send it to you, I'm going to send it. Get right, Ribby.
All right. Sounds good. Shout out to let me do this right before I bring him up, because I want to say what's up. Let me see here. Shout out to Allah Wise, because I think I might have said something, but I don't think I shouted you out. Allah Wise, what's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Shout out to Jersey Shore 74. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you doing well. It's me, Ashley Inc. What's good, Wiz? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Today's Saturday, so salmon's on deck. But not for nothing. I don't know. Can you eat salmon every week like that? I don't know if it's too much mercury. But whatever. We'll talk about it. Thomas Banks is in the building. Salute, my brother. I appreciate you. I think I got everybody else. White Falcon, what's good? Appreciate you, my brother. I see. We're going to talk about it in a minute. I know I kind of been delaying some of the topics. We're going to get into it. Now I gotta step it up. And my guy, Sim, Nothing But Knicks, what's good, my brother? I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Lion of Judah, shalom, my brother. I appreciate you. All right. Okay. Now let me get my guy in here. All right.
Yo,
hey,
what's good, y'all?
What's happening?
What's good?
What up, Jay?
Peace out. Peace to Mr. Allen Alfred, Mr. Grandmaster J Boogie. Was good with you, Ron. Thank you for having me again.
The world is this. The world is the world.
I like that.
Shout out to the whole family. Shout out to the chat.
Yeah.
Hey, look, listen, already, right? I just got in here, right? And I already see people don't have the likes up. I already see it. So, guys, everybody, let's get the likes up. It is free. It helps us grow. It puts us in the algorithm more. We got 80 watching, only 43 likes I have here right now. Let's make sure that we get that up. But Alan was about to cook, so I'm going to let Alan cook right now.
Go ahead, Alan. Appreciate you.
I just wanted to back something up Jay Boogie said about hunger, about players being hungry in camp and fighting. And, for me, competition, it draws out, I think, the best in a player. It tells you a lot about them, and I just think a big mistake Thibs made, Book, was saying that, the lineup was set, saying that, this is my starting five, that Grimes was shooting guard, it was all the same. And, that kind of like backs the players down. There's no competition. You know what I'm saying? It's no hunger. And that's something that you mentioned about the hunger, having the hunger through camp. Richard Jefferson on not Richard Jefferson. Is his name Richard Jefferson? RJ just play for the Nets.
Yeah. That's him.
I got it right. Richard Jefferson was on the tube the other day, and he had these graphics up of how these teams' records in preseasons dictated how they did in the regular season. And he used the Warriors as an example. The Warriors had just won a championship or something, so they was like 0-4 in preseason. They was like, we got this, and that was the season they didn't make the playoffs. And he showed many examples of that where teams that weren't together in the off season, in the preseason, that they carried on into the regular season where they didn't do well. So I was just backing something Boogie said about the hunger, man. That's got to be, and I think competition brews that. What do you think?
D, what's your thoughts? You want to jump in on that?
Listen, whenever you're competitive and you're striving to be competitive in a competitive market, you will want the best out of your roster, out of your coaching staff, out of your organization. So what I grabbed for what he said is that, we've, as Knicks fans, have had a lot of off seasons. And a season like this hasn't come too many times. Maybe last time was 2013. So this is a lot of new territory, not just for fans, but also for the organization as well. and also for the organization as a whole. So this is a very big year. And I seen like, people like change their narratives up a little bit, that the season's coming, and they did the science on the rosters, and they're like, well, I don't know about this thing. No, don't do that. If you make the second round and you're only 2 games out of that Eastern Conference Finals, and you come back and run it back with the addition of Dante DiVincenzo with the minus of Obi Toppen, you got to be striving for 50 games. You have to be striving for Eastern Conference Finals. You should not be fazed by Milwaukee or Boston and things that they did. And we know, like, as basketball fans, and purists and experts, we know that that's going to be the mountain to climb. But if I'm in the Knicks organization, if I'm on the coaching staff, if I'm on the roster, if I'm on the starting lineup, if I'm coming off the bench, that should not be the mentality at all. The mentality should be when we see them, like we see Boston, October 25th, right? Yeah, it's our first game of the year, right?
Yep.
We should be treating that game like we're going to see you on the playoffs. And it should be a big punch in the mouth, and it doesn't matter who's out there. You guys mentioned also too. So, Alan, did I talk to what you were building on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so, but another thing too is that, damn, I forgot now.
It's okay. I mean, take it. It'll come back to you as soon as you get it. Yeah. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to get into spooky hours for these Knicks. It's spooky hours because we just don't know what's going to happen to these young guys, man. Listen, we know cuts are going to happen, right? And I was talking, me and D have gone back and forth with this because I was a little confused. Like, I thought we were going to 18-man roster. I don't know what the hell NBA is doing because, like I said, I've looked around and it looks like everybody's still rocking like it's going to be a 15-man roster. I'm so confused. So for right now, let's just assume it's going to be a 15-man roster. So you guys know preseason, I think you're able to have about 20 guys on the team. By the time you get to the regular season, you got to chop it down. We've got some guys here that I don't know if they're going to make it. You know what I mean? The way things have kind of shaken out, it looks like there's some guys that are just here because they were here. They were given an opportunity, and the Knicks are going to be fair to just give them a couple games or whatever just to see what they can do. And maybe, I don't know. The other thing is also, you can only have so many people on the G League roster. So that's another thing. It's not like everybody, we'll just send them to the G League. G League roster can only have a certain number of people. So we'll see if that's, and even if the guy wants to do that.
Well, Ron, here's the thing though, right? With the two-way contracts is that they're only allowed to be on the roster for a certain amount of games.
Yeah, like I think it's 40 games or 42.
Like right. And then it's decided on whether they cut them or they keep them more G League or whatever the case may be. So it might appear that it's still the 15-man roster, but they have slots available within those two-way contracts because just in case somebody goes down, like say like I don't want to put anybody serious out there. Say like Sims goes down, right? And so now they got to occupy and say like he's out the season, which I hope not, but just say he is, like hypothetically, then they would have to fill in that spot. You see? And that's where you have those two ways coming. You see?
Right.
Because then they go, okay, all right, we already have this. It hasn't met that 40, 50 game mark yet. We haven't decided yet whether we're going to keep them on the roster or not. So we'll slide that in. So that's what it just gives teams more leeway as far as with injuries and stuff like that. And don't forget, too, they also mandated as far as load management. You see that, that these stars are not going to be taken off and stuff like that, especially on ESPN and primetime games and stuff like that. So they might be doing that just to protect the roster and have it with enough depth. So then they're not short-handed come certain parts of the season, especially with the in-season tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's fair. Good point. Let's take a look at what players are currently under contract right now. And we in October, so I felt a little spooky. We'll go with the Halloween theme for this. But before I do that, let me just remind you guys of something. If I haven't reminded you before, D already reminded you, but you know what? The reminding don't stop.
There you go.
Please. Yeah, smash that like button, guys.
It's easy to do. This is the only New York Knicks show that's really currently, you know what I'm saying, rocking right now. So everybody that's tuned in right now, you should be, you know what I'm saying, folks, hit that like button. You know, just
yeah, man.
like button.
Yeah.
Yes, I appreciate y'all.
I remember what I was going to say, Ron, just real quick.
Oh yeah.
So,
oh, you remember? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So like, because the reason why the expectations should be taken seriously is because, you know, there's some people out there that think like time is infinite with this basketball stuff, and it really isn't at all. It works in cycles. And so if, for example, which I hope not, but for example, if the Knicks backtrack this year, right? And let's say like they barely make a first round or they get smacked in the first round or something like that. The plan changes now because you can't run that back. You see? So unless like a mid-injury, like if somebody was out and it was like, okay, well, you know, he was out, so that's why that happened. But if everybody's healthy and that happens, you got to change up stuff now. And usually the first person to be on that chopping block is the coach. 9 out of 10 times, that's usually the first person on the chopping block. And then and then the ownership usually allows the regime to go ahead and bring in a second guy. And then if they see the same thing happen again, then they just scrap the whole thing and just start forget. Which Steve Mills and Perry didn't really get that opportunity for that, but that could have been extenuating circumstances that we didn't know about. But so that's why it's very important. So if you're building for something, right, and you acquire Jalen Brunson and you gave all that up, you sign RJ Barrett, you got Julius Randle for 2 years, you gave up a couple of draft picks for Emmanuel Quickly, for example, right? You got Quentin Grimes in there. It's very important to get to a certain station, because if you go ahead and retract or de-accelerate from the expectation that's like supposed to be coming with, the plan changes now. And now not everybody's probably not going to stay. And then all of a sudden we might be back to square one, or maybe that step right before square one. So this is a very important year for this organization. Probably the most important one probably throughout the 2000s, to be honest. So, yeah.
And I'm glad you said organization. Yeah, I'm glad you said organization, because that's everybody. That's players that are under contract, players that's trying to look for contract, players with contracts that are up and coming. And when you said, you know, the organization, you're talking about the office too. They're not under contract either. So yeah, you're 100% right. Everybody is up under for this year is very, very important towards the whole entire New York Knicks organization.
Indeed.
What do you think about this season, D? How it affects Randle's situation coming up? He can opt out next year, right?
I could look real quick, because I just came back from doing a million things. So just give me a sec. I didn't properly prepare like I would usually. Contract. All right, let's see. Okay. So Julius has. So he's under contract this year, right? And no, wait, this is 2000. No, so listen. So he's under contract this year, right? 2024-25. He's under contract again at 27.5, and then he has a player option.
Okay, so we have a whole year,
right? At 25-26, yeah, we got 2 full seasons, right? At 25-26, and he's going to be at 29.4. We'll just say 30, and then he becomes an unrestricted free agent after that.
Right. So yeah, that makes sense, because that's what I was thinking. That's why when I said that Julius in wild status, you know, that Julius could leave and Obi could come back, they're both going to be free agents at the same time, technically, unless Indiana extends Obi. So yeah.
So to answer A's question about Randle, it depends where they go. Say, for example, they make the second round, tough battle with one of the elite teams. Randle's coming back. Unless he has like a complete catastrophic meltdown. But he's most likely he's going to come back. But now, if you lose in the first round, or you struggle to make it to the first round, you get back to the first round. Now he's a trading chip to look at now, because of the player option coming the next season. So most teams are going to look at that and they're going to be like, well, this could be something where we won't have to have him that next season. You see? So it becomes negotiations at the table and the phones between organizations at that point. Another guy you got to look at too is Jalen Brunson as well, because if they de-accelerate next year, he'll be entering his 3rd year, and then that 4th year, I believe, would be his player option, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, both of them, I think.
Right.
Same
So,
year.
Right. So you got to look at that too. It really depends what goes on, because it seems that these players, especially like, you know, your Brunsons, your Josh Harts, even your Randles, even when he changed CAA, even your Randles, they're really attached to Thibs. So if you remove Thibs from that scenario, they would have to bring somebody in that's already there. They wouldn't look for Mr. or Mrs. outside hire in order to keep that together, because maybe there's like, okay, well, maybe we just need a different philosophy. Maybe they just need a different voice or something like that. I mean, I'm hypothesizing right now, but to answer your question, it depends. It depends what they do.
Well, I think it's gonna. Once again, this is gonna be. It's a loaded season. We already talked about, like what D said. It's a lot going on for everybody. And, you know, outside of my opinion about guys playing well this year, still the microscope is going to be on them for good reason. Quickly, October 7th, and I think at late October, mid-October, around that time, you know, Knicks have to make a decision whether they're going to extend Quickly. After that point, you got to wait till the offseason. So it could be that Quickly is going to have to play out the rest of the season and really show improve. Grimes, even though I expect Grimes to play better this year too, Grimes is still kind of putting himself into the because next year he's going to be a free, like after next season he'll be a free agent, not this season, after next season. So it's kind of lining up, like showing that I'm still progressing. You know what I mean? That I'm someone you should pay in the future and keep me here, stuff like that. RJ, obviously he already got paid, but I told you before, he's under scrutiny. If RJ has a bad year, he's out of here. I don't want to talk about it. I don't care what nobody says. If RJ has a bad year, similar to last year's start, for the whole year, and he don't improve, he is going to be out of here. I don't know what they're gonna do, how they're gonna do it. I don't see them keeping RJ. I think they'll be like, listen, we'll get RJ out of here, get somebody else in here, and then we'll give Julius the money when Julius comes up. I just see them doing something like that. But whatever. Anyway,
well, it's a great point, because, you know, here's the issue. If, say, RJ doesn't perform right to expectations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell is going to take the next 3 or 4 years of that contract?
That is a problem. That's why you're gonna have to, and that's where things get tricky. And that's when Knicks fans start to get upset, because you're gonna have to attach something else to RJ that you don't necessarily want to attach. There might be some young player that you're like, damn it, man, what? Why are they trading him? Because they're trying to move RJ.
Well, that's what we've been doing these days, man, is attaching the one picks to get rid of players Thibs don't want and have no use for.
It's true.
We can't do that. There's got to be some kind of balance. D, we were talking earlier. There's got to be some type of balance between development, drafting, and doing what you're doing, roster construction. Especially now with, you know, can we pay Brunson and Julius both supermax? Having RJ and the rest of the guys we done paid, possibly paying Quickly too. Can we have all those guys? And
yeah, you could.
We can pay.
You could.
Both of them.
You could.
And
I mean, you may not like the product overall. It may lead. You can do it. You're not going to have a lot of flexibility after, but you can do it. You can figure out a way to make it happen. And somebody's got to go. Like, you're not going to. Grimes might have to be a sacrificial lamb because he's going to be due some money and you're going to have to pay. You know what I mean? Like, you have to figure out how to make it happen. And some Knicks fans may not be happy. Either way, the Knicks are going to have some decisions and some choices to make. Yeah. But the point is, whether or not you pay Brunson and pay Randle, continue to pay RJ, is the Knicks have to, and I think they're doing that. They're not just like going with the motions. The Knicks are trying to figure out what this team is. Like, are we real? And are we going to continue to be real this year so that we can take the next step? Or are we just going to kind of play, you know, we'll just go rolling with the motions and just keep selling out the arena, making James Dolan happy and whatever. We'll put out something. Knick fans will always be there. What are we? Are we going to take the next step, or are we just going to play, you know, run the course, and then maybe a couple years from now get some more draft picks and we'll draft somebody and start doing it again.
And of course, we're hypothesizing, we're projecting different scenarios and stuff like that.
Right.
But that question will be answered this year. We just gotta wait.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Shout out to Taryn Mosley in the chat, by the way. But you know what? Let me do this. Let me get into this so we can kind of start talking about this and see where this leads us. But also educate us, because I didn't even know this until I was kind of looking at it. For example, players under contract right now. These are the guaranteed contracts on the Knicks. And like I said, hey, it's Halloween time coming up soon. So, you know, the Halloween theme, it is what it is. All right. So, hey, you know, ooh.
Should have like a witch flying by.
I know. I was thinking about it, but I couldn't find it in time. It was 5 a.m, man. I was, what am I doing? Yeah, so these are the players under contract. RJ Barrett, Jalen Brunson, Quentin Grimes, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, Emmanuel Quickly, Dante DiVincenzo, Evan Fournier, still here, Josh Hart, Isaiah Hartenstein, Miles McBride, and Jericho Sims. So these are the guys that are here. They're going to make it through training camp. They're going to be on the roster. Well, I mean, Evan Fournier, anything could happen, but I think he'll be here. So like this is 12 men right here. This is a 12-man squad. So just keep that in mind. We got a 15-man roster. This is already 12 under contract. Most likely these guys ain't going nowhere. So that leaves us 3 slots, right? So this is players up for contracts. Even though we brought Ryan Arcidiacono in, you know what I mean? He's still in that limbo area as well. Then you also got Charlie Brown Jr., who is in limbo. Daquan Jeffries signed a $2 million deal, non-guaranteed. Isaiah Roby also signed a $2 million non-guaranteed deal. Then you got Jacob Toppen, limbo. I didn't even know he was still here, but I'm happy to see that he is still here in some capacity. Then you got Dwayne Washington Jr., who I like, and I hope that he stays on this roster in some capacity because he got some game. He's also in limbo, as you can see. There's no guaranteed $2 million contract, and you know he's in limbo, right? And then lastly, we got the 3 two-way contracts: Dylan Windler, Jalen Martin, and Nathan Knight. So Jacob Toppen, for example, Dwayne Washington Jr. and Charlie Brown Jr. don't even have two-way contracts. They don't even have that luxury. You know, they're on some Exhibit 10 type stuff. So if I'm looking at this right now, I would say that Dylan Windler, Jalen Martin, Nathan Knight, they're going to be on the team, right? But because they're on two ways, that kind of, you know, you still got some spots to play around with. We already talked about we got 12 guaranteed, right? We know who those 12 are. So that leaves 3 spots. Technically, Dylan, Jalen, and Nathan have those 3 spots, but because they're two ways, half of that time they're going to be in the G League. So that allows us basically 3 more spots. Going back to the players up for contracts, we know one of those guys is Ryan Arcidiacono. That's one. And then the rest of these guys have to fight for the other 2 spots. Charlie Brown, Daquan Jeffries, Isaiah Roby probably has secured the other spot. So maybe. So does that leave? That leaves 1 spot that 3 guys are gonna. Well, 4 guys are gonna be fighting for: Charlie Brown Jr., Daquan Jeffries, Jacob Toppen, and Dwayne Washington Jr. So if you want to think about cuts, the players up for contracts, this is my cut list. A lot of these guys ain't going to be here. So I personally think, well, I'll ask you guys. I don't want to say who. If you were looking at this list, guys, outside of Ryan, because he's here, and I would say Isaiah Roby's here too. And even though Daquan Jeffries got that $2 million non-guaranteed, they'll let him walk too. He got his $2 billion. Thank you for your service. Charlie Brown Jr., Daquan Jeffries, Jacob Toppen, Dwayne Washington Jr. Do you think out of those 4 guys, which one do you think might stay on the team? Let me start with you, Double A.
I hate to. I want to say it don't matter. None of them gonna see no light.
That's true.
They're gonna be add on to the rest of 6 cheerleaders on the bench that ain't gonna play.
Yeah.
Guys, we have a deep cheerleading staff. Probably Roby.
Well, Roby's. I'm thinking Roby's going to stay. Actually, you know what? You can tell me out of all these names, who do you think? Just pick 3 that you think might stick around.
Well, Ryan, of course, Roby, and I think Jeffries, unless Washington, does something to impress. I think those 3.
Yeah, those are the 3. What about you, Jay Boogie? What you think out of those names? What 3 you think could stick around?
I'm gonna go along with the same 3 names, but actuality, man, I don't want none of them guys here. Ain't none of them supposed to be here. Period. None of them. So Roby, you got. I mean, we haven't answered the situation to even have a backup power forward. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason why I'm going to have him here. You know what I'm saying? And he's not gonna be the type guy that when he if something's going on court with Julius, you know what I'm saying, the crowd is not gonna be talking about we want Roby. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna be yelling that. So, but he the only one, that probably really fit, but I don't want none of them guys on this team, man. None of them. Point blank.
I hear you.
I don't even know why they brought Ryan back, for real. I mean, because you just tell him you in practice right now. If I'm Deuce, every day I'm going to get him. Every single day in practice, I'm going to get Ryan. We can't be on the same team at all. I'm going to get some coach. I need to see him every day because you brought this guy in here and kind of like nudged me down on some friendship bull crap. Here we go with being friends and cool again. This is a business. You know what I'm saying? This is about winning a championship. So that's how you gotta go inside that gymnasium to practice. Like, yo, dude, you in my way. That go for any player. Every player should be feeling like you in my way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got this spot. No, you trying to take this spot, do everything, so you can't take this spot. And dudes that's trying to get the spot, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure I can get some of that spot. That's how you need to go in there, man. But I don't want none of them guys right there, man. That was terrible.
I hear you, brother. And there's a caveat to this, but I'm not going to say it. Yeah, I'll let D say his thoughts. He might even say it. So, D, what's your thoughts out of these guys? Just 3 that you think might be sticking around for now.
Yeah. Well, first off, we know what to get Boogie for his next birthday. We're going to get him a nice group photo of all these guys. And we'll personally sign it ourselves.
April 21st.
I'm trying to remember that.
Boarding the plane out of town.
That's right. April 21st.
Okay, look, listen. Seriously, we already know that Ryan is staying. We know this already. He's not going anywhere. We know that the Knicks, for some reason, are allergic to prototypical small forwards. So that will take out Charlie Brown Jr. and that would take out Jacob Toppen. That takes out the reason why I still think Daquan will be there is because Daquan's been there. He's been there with the G League. He's actually been there with the team as well, so he knows the system. Stuff like that. So he'll stay. Can you put that back?
Oh yeah. I didn't want to.
My memory's not that great. Let's see. So Ryan's staying. Daquan's staying. Here's my thing with Isaiah Roby, and is that they look like it's between Dwayne Washington Jr. and Isaiah Roby, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason why I say that is because they're going to experiment with. I'm good now, Ron.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. They're going to experiment with this idea of Josh Hart and RJ at the 4. And they are going to experiment. And they made that very clear that day. Whether people were acting like they knew or didn't. So I think that it would be Roby because we're jacked. We're totally stacked up at the guard position. Dwayne Washington Jr. has been a journeyman. He's tough as nails, okay, but he's not going to make this roster. I would say Roby, because they picked him up last year. And just in case the experiment fails, which it has a good percentage of, they're going to need that. They have Nathan Knight at that two-way. They're ready, so he's not going anywhere. And Roby will stay just in case Julius needs a breather. And I talked about this last show. Isn't that so crazy, Ron? I think it was here we talked about it, where I talked about, Randle's going to need some minutes to be alleviated from him at the start of the season. And then Tim said, he's great. He's ready to go.
That's what we're talking about earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay. And then Randle was like, I don't know. I'm still progressing. I got to see. And it's like, wait, man, those are two different side of the spectrum comments about that. So I would see Roby being that third guy to stay from that, especially that, they got him last year. There's already some money in the cap with him. So it's like already fixed, that salary. So I would anticipate that just in case, if they're smart, they would think that just in case the experiment doesn't work, maybe we can give Moby there. Isaiah Roby, I'm sorry. Maybe like a good 5-7 minutes to alleviate Randle a little bit, and not Randle played 35, 36, 37 minutes in the first 25 games.
Makes sense. I mean, and look, the caveat that I was going to say, and I don't know how the Knicks are going to play this. This is the thing about these two-way contracts, especially in this particular situation. It gets a little funky because, like I said, I don't know how this gets played. Maybe this is the 18-man thing. Maybe this is what it is, guys, because I still haven't got a proper explanation as to how this is going to work. Maybe that's why they're saying 18 men. But
yeah.
So the two-way, because my whole thing is like, okay, you got these guys signed to two-way contracts. They can go down to the G League for 40-plus games, and that's throughout the season. You can interchange and mix and match, and then you can have them on the spot for like 40 games. But I'm like, how do you do this, right? You don't want to just send guys to the G League for 40-plus games, and then when they're ready to come back up, they got no continuity, no fluidity with the team. They just expect it to just fit in if you need them. That don't work, right? So you got to figure out how to do this. And I think that's maybe why the NBA says you can go up to 18 men on the roster, but those three guys, depending, can't be active. So say Dylan Windler starts the season with the Knicks, right? So he's one of the two ways that takes up the spot. It takes it to 13, for example. Charlie Brown, who's not a two-way, is on the bench. Maybe he's the odd man out. He's sitting on the bench, but he's not active. He's not technically included on the roster. Maybe that's how it's going to work, because I'm a little confused about how they're doing this, because we already know when somebody's in the G League, he's technically a part of the team, but he can't be on the roster, so somebody fills the spot. So I don't know how they're going to do this.
So Ron, so to clear you up, right? Sim just said what I was trying to tell you before. So just read the comment real quick. He got you.
Okay, so all right, thank you, Sim. He said the 3 two-way players make up the 18-man roster spot. So that's what it is. Okay, so that's what it is. Got it. All right, so technically we are. Oh, so that changes things a little bit, because what that tells me is it really does come down to 3 of these names being on the team and the rest are out. So it does really come down to that. So Ryan is here, as most of us understand and even may not like, but Ryan is here. Isaiah Roby most likely is here because of what the functionality. If things don't work, he's a bigger, frame. He can fit something that we might need. And then it comes down to Daquan Jeffries, probably because he has a little bit more familiarity. But I would like it to be Dwayne Washington Jr., but then again, that gives us another guard guy. But I'm just saying, like, I even saw an article early this morning about Dwayne Washington Jr. being that gem that the Knicks don't know they have. So I'm just saying, like, Dwayne Washington Jr. might be that dude. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see, guys. I don't know, but that's it. Okay, thank you, Sim, and thanks, D. That explains a lot to me because I was confused about that. Okay, cool. So that's it, guys. So I mean, there's not a lot of real influential cuts that we got to worry about, but just so you know, I just wanted to put that up so we kind of knew what we were playing, around with, what the team looked like, and also the fact that I honestly, up until this point, did not know Jacob Toppen was still on this team, because they made it seem like they were cutting him when they brought in Ryan, but they didn't cut him because they have some flexibility. So, but they doesn't mean he won't get cut very soon. So we'll see what happens after that.
Can I just say one thing, ask you guys?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The way they doing things, okay, I'm getting back to this competition and camp thing, okay? You guys remember correctly, Anthony Mason and John Starks, they became Knicks legends as walk-ons, basically. They won their positions in camp. They came into camp on a team that had Patrick Ewing, had Charles Oakley. I mean, we were already, a strong team. Yet Pat Riley was, wise enough to know that, you bring these guys in that are hungry, man. Sometimes you get guys, and we got goal out of Starks and Mason, So I think the way we're doing things it takes that opportunity away from us. It takes opportunity for some young guy to come in there, that's got game, and all of a sudden he shines, and he just blends with the team. What do you guys think about that? I'm getting back to Thibs saying, my starting five, blah, 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 blah. That eliminated competition to me in my eyes. That eliminated, like Boogie said, I'm coming after your minutes, man. Not for nothing. The last few years, as a superstar as he is, Randle had to be feeling the top and sweat. The fans yelling for Obi. Obi playing well when he did get the competition. Get the minutes. So he had to be feeling a little bit of push where he couldn't let go of the throttle.
Yeah.
And there were some fans already wanted Obi in his spot. We wanted that before this past season started because of the way it ended last year. A lot of us, me included, thought Randle was going to be traded last offseason. Not this offseason, the season before last.
Right. And I just wanted to say, Double A, and first off, just so you guys, if you just came in, we put up the list of guaranteed contracts on the Knicks. I'll just show you that one more again real quick. These are the 12 guys that are guaranteed on the Knicks: R.J. Barrett, Jalen Brunson, Quentin Grimes, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, Emmanuel Quickly, Dante DiVincenzo, Evan Fournier, Josh Hart, Isaiah Hartenstein, Miles McBride, Jericho Sims. It's the Halloween theme. It's spooky season out there. So those are the 12 that are under contract. No question about those guys. Mm-hmm. These are the 3 two-way contracts: Dylan Windler, Jalen Martin, Nathan Knight. Right? Okay. And then these were the guys that were kind of, Exhibit 10, Exhibit 9 type stuff. Ryan Arcidiacono, Charlie Brown Jr., Daquan Jeffries, $2 million non-guaranteed. Isaiah Roby, $2 million non-guaranteed. Jacob Toppen, Obi's brother. Dwayne Washington Jr. So that's kind of what this team is looking like right now for your preseason. So just keep that in mind. Now, what I wanted to say is, do I have it here? Yeah, I do. Okay. So what I wanted to mention to you guys is I think that I'm not a betting man, but I feel like the Knicks are going to make a move by the trade deadline. I think this is all, I said it earlier, but if I'm being real with myself, I feel like they're ready to make a move at the trade deadline, but they want it to be legitimized. They want us to go into the season. They want to see on paper that we're continuing to make those strides and at least play just as good as we were playing for the second half of the season going forward. Well, maybe a little earlier than that, but you know what I mean? Keep playing that way going into the season, because if the Knicks don't look like they're playing that way and that we took a step back, that makes you take a step back in your thought process. Oh, maybe this team ain't ready. We can't go trade for no star right now. I mean, these guys ain't playing up to potential. You got to keep playing the way you was to warrant them saying, we'll bring in that other star player because now we're ready. Yeah. And so I think that, keep in mind, I think they might really, I honestly think that this might be the year we might make that move at the trade deadline.
Also, too, keep in mind, I think December 15th, after that, it's going to be a big time because at that time is where you get your 25 or 30 games around that time. So it's a very nice time to go ahead and assess your roster, understand exactly what you need and what you don't need and what you're looking for. So especially with things going, there's feedback from somewhere. It might be you, A.
Really?
Oh yeah. So yeah, just you can't really cancel it, but I just press the mute button while you're not talking, and it'll get rid of the feedback for now.
Sorry, it was killing me.
No worries.
But because like we said, this is a very important year for this organization. And you guys were talking about it earlier when I came on about I think Boogie alluded to it about Thibs 9-man roster.
I got it.
And that he shouldn't do that. My thing, Boogie, is that Thibs said it in the press conference, and we knew that it was directed at Evan when he said it, and he mentioned about the record, and he mentioned about the strategic moves that had to happen in order for us to have success. In so many words, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. So when I hear that in media day, that makes me feel that if push comes to shove, and I'm just throwing a number, I'm just saying example, if they start 5-5, you're going to see a 9-man rotation after 10 games because it's what worked. In Thibs' eyes, you know what I'm saying? In every season you have to adapt and you got to try different things. But I think this is how Thibs works. And I think you would expect to see that sooner than later because of the expectations of the season.
That's fair. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I agree because Thibs is a creature of habit. I think he's not gonna. Well, he's not, especially after what took place last season. He ain't given that same type of leash he had last year. That's over. So he'll give you a little time, a couple games, and then he will go back to what he knows works. And you can't even fault him. He's already proven it. When Thibs goes Thibs, he gets some results, especially in the regular season. And Double A, just to say, going forward, really the only thing you can do with regards to sometimes when you get that feedback is to invest in a pair of headphones. So that's the key, because we won't hear the audio feedback if it's funneled through the headphones, just so you know. So let me get into this real quick. I mean, some of us kind of thought maybe something was happening, but nothing was ever announced. Nothing was said until now. But apparently, for those who were wondering and considering what the Knicks might be doing, the Knicks did make a run at Zion over the summer, unbeknownst to us. And we probably, that they probably just didn't want to make a light of it because it didn't go anywhere. But so apparently they did reach out and kick the tires on acquiring Zion, and apparently they put some effort and time into it. It wasn't one of those just, hey, is Zion available? What are you guys looking at? Apparently they were trying to make something happen. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. What's your thoughts on the Knicks? Actually, they were apparently really trying to pursue it in the summer, unbeknownst to us. Jay Boogie, what's your thoughts on that?
To me, you was going after the wrong guy. Well, I'm going to go after a guy who ain't even been playing when his sidekick was playing right here with Jalen in the Olympics. To me, honestly, I think you went after the wrong guy. And I'm not going chasing after this guy. This guy has to prove to himself that he's worthy of playing in a full year. Not just coming into camp, but coming into camp and playing. This guy's not even been playing basketball. He got a bunch of loose screws going on, as far as things that he like to do, you know what I mean? So I'm not swapping this guy out for Julius. You know what I'm saying? I know what Julius is going to give me in the regular season, but we just hope and pray he just gives us that much more better in the playoffs. I'm not switching him out for that. But if I was going to do something, I was going to go get Ingram. I wasn't going to go get him, and bring him over here for what? We lost out on him with the first pick. It wasn't meant for him to be here. And this dude is showing that, he's a fluke inside the league because he can't stay healthy. He can't keep his weight down. You know what I mean? So he already tell you how he love it. He crazy about pizza. He going to come here and start eating the pizza backwards here. You know, he ain't gonna get a point. And you don't go crazy, lose his mind, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, I'm happy that they trying to talk or do anything. But you know, you want to impress me, man. The dude just said he ain't signing no contract extension. Everybody in the world know he want to come here. You know what I'm saying? You should have been picking up that phone and calling Cleveland, asking, yo, what can I do right now? That's what as soon as he say I'm not signing, you should have been on the phone calling them people. You know what I mean? Point blank. Because you don't told him, man. Everybody know where he want to be, but you went at the Zion. I mean, you could be trying to throw us off to let us know you tried to go do something. I don't know, but I'm not going to get no Zion for no Julius. You know? I know Julius can at least get us there. Zion can't even play in the regular season to help us get there.
You know, if he does want a pizza spot, I would refer him to Two Brothers on 40th and 9th. They got stellar pizza there, bro.
Two Brothers with the cornmeal crust. You know what I mean?
Y'all killing me.
They got the signature pizza, like the Barbra Streisand, and some of they got some dope stuff over there.
Y'all killing me, man. Y'all killing me. I'm in Florida, man. They don't know how to make pizza.
They got to import the water, man. You got to tell them pizza joints over there. Listen, you got to fly that water in, B.
Hey, even if they had their water, they wouldn't know what to do with it.
Oh man, that's crazy. Shout out to Ranrock. Appreciate you, my brother. I see you out there. Thank you for tuning in. Hey guys, smash that like button if you haven't already done so. You know what it is, man. We appreciate you, man. Show some love for the show. Yeah. There you go. Did you do it? Oh, maybe you didn't do it yet. You could do it now. It's all right. We'll wait. Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to Worldwide L in the building. What up, Worldwide L? Appreciate you, my brother. Always good to see you. Thankfully, you guys are back, man. I appreciate you and Hard Will doing your thing. And y'all got a new co-host. Shout out to Beige. It was nice to meet her the other day. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. So I'm expecting to see the show really develop and do some nice cool topics and have great conversation and hopefully all that stuff continues as it's been doing. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, she's definitely on her Dean. Yeah, she shout out to her, man. Shout out to the whole for the love of the game, man, the whole network and everything.
Right. That's right, guys. Please like, comment, subscribe.
Hey, can I say something else? And
yeah.
And shout out to you guys that when the Knicks were hot last year, you opened up a channel and you're still trying to carry on throughout the season. No shout out to the ones that opened up a channel, you know what I'm saying? Because the Knicks was hot and we didn't see it all during this off season. You get no shout out for that. You know, that's coming from me. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to open up a channel, you know what I'm saying? You got to stay with the channel. You can't be picking and choosing when you're going to open the channel. You have to keep that channel open, man. I see too many people that got a lot of props last year, you know what I'm saying, and didn't even earn those spots because I ain't even see them develop to even have a channel. And they had channels, and you're nowhere now. You can't just be a channel organizer, or you can't be a channel organizer. You can't be a channel organizer. Yeah, I can't say the word organizer. You know what I'm saying? And you're not going to carry out throughout the whole time. That means you telling me that when the team is doing bad, you're not going to be around. You know what I'm saying? And then you're not even popping up on other people's channels and say hello. Come on, man.
I would say that, you know, when teams are doing well, people do jump on that bandwagon flow. Like, okay, everybody's talking about this team. This is my time to kind of put out that. Yeah, I'll catch the views because people are hype. That I would say there's some people that have bounced since then. But this is obviously that's a shout out to the people who are the fair weather content creators. I don't think it's not to the people who took mental health breaks, because there's some people that, you know, our favorites took a little break and a pause, and they're coming back hot and heavy now and getting back in the swing of things. So it's not them, it's the other ones who just tried to jump on the wave.
Yeah, we talking about the wave catchers, the surfboard.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The ones with their hair all yellow like Thibs.
Right. Yeah. And let me tell you, that's what I was going to say. Me and John are so happy. I get upset sometimes because I wish I would have done this channel 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But it is what it is. Time happens when time happens. But I am happy that when we did the channel, when we first started this channel, the Knicks weren't playing that well. And so I'm happy that all of a sudden they turned it around right when we started the channel. I was like, oh, this is great. It's fantastic. Nothing like being a Knicks fan and not really doing it for the love, but not really caring that your team is not good at that time, and then watching them grow and be better while you're talking about them. Can't make it up. Nothing better than that, man.
Did y'all go around the round table with Zion already?
Oh yeah.
Real quick.
But we didn't finish.
My bad. Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah,
no. But I'm saying you can go. You can go. You can talk about it.
Okay, so you know what the thing about Zion is, and it is a conundrum with him. When he is playing, he looks like a top 20, top 15 player in the league when he's playing. And that is the conundrum that the Pelicans are in with him. You know, it's kind of funny that he hasn't signed that extension, and that is funny. That does kind of give you an idea of what's on his mind. I can see why you're mad, Boogie, and the fact that you want to try to bring in a guy hasn't played. You know, it's that honeymoon period with things where it's like you come and everything's like, oh, okay, everything's good. Oh, I love this place more. You know, it's been great, and then the honeymoon ends. Oh, he's injured again. Wait, hold on a second. He don't want to play, and then it becomes like a media circus. And because you know Brandon Ingram, who else was it? CJ McCollum. They got on him last year in the media openly, and the fact that we're all injured here, bro. And you look at, and they presented it as like he could play, and. You know, and he was like, no, I'm good. And it came across that way as far as not the media, forget the media, as far as how the players were speaking. And so I'm very concerned about that. If you're going to go ahead and give up all these assets and as much crap as we give Julius Randle, you would be giving up a 2-time All-Star in exchange for that. It's the top 15, top 20 glimmers you see that gets everybody hyped up about it. And, you know, it was last year when he was healthy, right? Or healthy, right? The Pelicans, I think, had the 2 spot in the West through the first 15, 20 games. And he was playing at, like, forget about an all-star level. It looked like an MVP type of stuff going on. So it's those type of things. It's the teases, you know what I'm saying? It's the cock tease with him. And that's why. And especially where there's affiliation, you already know the nepotism within the organization and stuff like that. So they're definitely going to target those type of things. This would not be the last time we hear Zion's name, especially if the Pelicans are not off to a good start this
year. Yeah. And shout out to the chat. Yes, he did sign his extension with the Pelicans, but you know, whatever. The Knicks was still going to trade for him.
He did.
Yeah. I think he did, right? Did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he signed 4-year. Was it 4-year? It was over 200. It was over 200. 205 maybe.
No, I got here 5-year 197.
Oh, 5-year 197. Okay. All right, my bad. Yeah, so he did sign. And the Knicks were going to trade for him, and it would have evened out because if they would have made the trade happen, they would have traded away the salary to bring him back. So that ain't the big deal. And is he worth the money? Healthy? Yeah. When he's on the court, like D was saying, I mean, he is bald, man. This guy's healthy. He knows how to get it done. And he went on a little streak too, because I was watching, you know, me and my fantasy playing and stuff. He was putting up some numbers. I was like, oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, the guy definitely has all the talent in the world. He just has to keep his weight in check and stay healthy and keep his focus on NBA basketball and off of the extracurricular out of basketball stuff that he was worrying about maybe. And also, he also talked about poor habits. He had a lot of poor habits. So hopefully he cleaned some of that up and cleaned out some of the bad influences in his life or shoot, what's that word? Like the enablers. Yes, enablers that he had in his life too. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, eat that extra slice. Whatever you're doing, yeah, go ahead. Treat yourself. You deserve it. Nah. You gotta chill. You gotta chill.
A full platter of
You know what I mean? You gotta chill. You gotta chill. And then he had women cooking him all types of stuff because I know he needs to eat. He likes this type of food, so I'm making him all. Come on, man. What are we doing here, Zion?
He's like,
whatever.
Anyway.
Whatever.
But Andy N had a good question for us, by the way.
Oh,
be completely scared of him being here with this city life, this nightlife. I don't know if he can handle this here. You know, I don't know if he can handle it.
I think it would have made a difference. My turn.
Go ahead, A.
I think it was the subject we were.
I'll come back to this, Andy.
It was something that we're hitting on earlier, Ron, about a question I asked Ron D and Boogie. I said, you know, the Knicks, you're always talking about the superstar, waiting and holding on to his assets for when that superstar, that real superstar that's going to take us over the top and take us to the promised land falls through. And a question I asked Ron, looking at the NBA today, who do you see, you know, shaking loose in the next couple of years? And the only one I really see that we might have a chance at really is Mitchell. But, you know, as it goes, we're good at guard, you know, so that really doesn't give us somebody I think that's gonna take us to the top. Now that brings me back to the Zion thing. You guys are 100 on what you're saying, you know, his bad habits, the way he's been the last few years, and I think that all chalks down to where he at, New Orleans. You know, as much as we know our city, New York, for the nightlife and what it is, man. New Orleans, bro, is pretty bad itself. You know what I mean? But I think bringing him to New York, to the bright lights, opportunity to reunite with somebody that can guide him instead of an enabler. You got, you know, Barrett over here. You know, that's going to add fuel to the thing where he ain't going to want Barrett to outplay him. You know, his college buddy, you know, rivals in college, whatever, teammates, whatever, you know. And I think the change would have did him a little bit better, you know. And I think it was a gamble that is worth doing just because of the point, as I said before, where you know, it's really nothing falling out, shaking out of the tree in the next couple of years. I don't see no super duper star that we're gonna have a chance with. We discussed Embiid, Ron, and you know, we were talking, fellas, that you know, a lot of people sleeping on the Sixers. They think because of this Harden situation, the Sixers are no good. And, you know, we went over their roster, man. They still got some players over there. But my thing is, Zion, I think it was the one shot. And I think the organization, by going after him, that's what they were feeling. That was the one shot, is really getting a super duper star in New York. And the hope would be that he would come here and turn it around and want, you know, the bright lights. And this is what he's wanted since draft days, to be a New York Knick, you know. Mm-hmm. And hopefully that alone would encourage him and make him want to be that player, you know, that he has the ability to be.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's always a chance, right? I think too many people are just with Zion, there's so many question marks, right? And so I think there's so many question marks that people are like, man, you know, they make a big deal about his weight. He can get in shape. He can maintain for a little bit. But I think what Zion has done is how he handled the situation. Was it this past year? I don't know. I'm confused now whether it was this past year or the year before. Oh, I think it was the year before when the Pelicans were trying to get into the playoffs, and he was like 70%, right? It was one of those, like, if his life depended on it, he could have played, but he decided to not play. And I think a lot of Pelican fans and maybe even some people around the league looked at that like, that's odd. Yo, I mean, you haven't been playing. Your team is trying to fight to make the playoffs, and they're possibly going into a play-in round, and you can't play with your team, and you're 70%. Some people looked at that a little funky, right? And so we went past that. And I was like, well, what is he doing? Is he trying to get out? Is he able to play? But he's like, I don't want to be here. I didn't know what Zion was doing, right? So then we come into last season, and when he was healthy, he was balling. He was doing some stuff. But how many games did Zion play? He didn't play more than 20 something. That's crazy. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then, he's very young too,
Yeah, and he's very, of course,
guys immature, man. Look at Morant. I mean, it's just immature stuff, man.
Well, the other thing
you got to
is
get from God, man, and you got to get from God, man. That is special, man. These are some special players, man. And to piss it away just because of making bad decisions, man, with your life, and it's like, wow, man.
Well, that's what makes you wonder, like, what? Listen, Zion is his own man. I don't want to give him too many bailouts, like, where's the guidance, where's the person, because the guidance could have been there. CJ McCollum had reached out to try to talk to Zion a long time ago when Zion was rehabbing and all that, and apparently they didn't really kind of get that camaraderie, that connection. Yes, you can need some guidance, but you got to be willing to receive it too. I don't know anything about what's going on with that situation. Go ahead, D. What are you gonna say?
In my AAU days, I saw mid-tier Division I guys. I mean, guys that were going to be playing in Israel, okay, get super gassed from how AAU was treating them. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? So imagine if you're a top-tier talent, number one on ESPN, right? I mean, you got these agents, you got all these powers that be. They throwing women at these kids. They throwing cars. They're throwing money. They're throwing. It does fracture. And I'm not saying every kid, but it does fracture your priorities and what it means, and what that means you coming into the NBA. And then with that, the NBA has changed as well. And I thought Dame Lillard, I think it was last year, he had a very good segment where he talked about that things that are missing is that when you come into the NBA, these young guys, they're just like handed the organization. And these kids have barely been able to wipe their NBA butts yet. And they're already handed the organization, you see? And they're already handed the keys and say, take us to the promised land. And the things that are missing are these vets. And that veteran presence and that guidance and stuff. And there's a lot of other things too. But at the same time, though, I do understand that these kids are 22 years old, 23 years old. I know what the hell I was doing at 22, 23 years old. I was a nut.
Me too.
I was out there doing some crazy stuff. And I was about to curse up, but I was doing some crazy stuff. And so, kids want to be kids. They dedicated their life to this game. You know what I'm saying? When you got to shoot 1,500 shots a day, you have to do that within 2 or 3 workouts. And those are 2 or 3 hours for the workouts. That's not excluding practice. That's not excluding traveling time. That's not excluding if you're top tier like that, you're going to photo shoots, you're getting interviews, you got to go to camp clinics, so they are in a very tough position. But that's why I have my parent theory. And I always say, where are the parents? And it doesn't have to necessarily be their biological parents, but it could be like mentors, it could be stuff like that. And that's where you got a lot of nonsense and foolishness going on with these kids today. For me personally, I can't hold the kid totally accountable for that stuff.
No.
I mean,
I look at my life, man, and I look back, and I don't know if you guys know my background. I came out of New York, Brooklyn, New York, and I've come out in the time of Bernard King, his brother Albert, Chris Mullen, and these guys I used to rock with, ball with, Sidney Green, whatever. Mm-hmm. I had an invitation from Jerry Tartani to work out for UNLV, but unfortunately that summer I blew out my knee. So I got frustrated, man. I joined the military and went from there. But I look back at that, man, and I think that was a plan, man, because the way I was, I imagine how it would have been amplified with millions of dollars in my pocket. With the world in my hands, the ability to do whatever I wanted to, go wherever I wanted to, buy whatever I want to, man. A wise man once said, with freedom comes responsibility. And man, when you got millions and millions and millions of dollars, and you got advertising dollars, and you got people screaming your name, man, the opportunity to get into some crap is highly, highly amplified.
Easy.
Am I right, Book?
It's easy. It's easy, Double A. And shout out to you, man. I'm sorry that you know, your opportunity was kind of taken away due to that injury. And I can understand now why you're so passionate about some of these young players squandering their opportunity, because your opportunity was kind of taken away from you. And yeah, so I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
and
but what it
right.
is what it is, because I think, man, I happen to be wonderfully blessed to be married, man, with the same beautiful woman for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? And you know, opportunities, I might have not had that opportunity to meet my wife, you know, because I would have had a different job or something,
right?
You know, so things happen for a reason, and I'm thankful for where I'm at now. But you know, I'm just trying to make a point that, you know, you that young, man, you got the world in your hands, man. It's just so easy to get into whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
It's very true. It's very true.
That's
well, let me. Oh, go ahead, J Boogie. Go ahead.
That's what you call making a great choice in life. You know what I'm saying? Just listening to you, and you're talking about how you blew your knee. You could have made other choices and not went to the military, and whatever could have happened. You made a great choice, and you know what I'm saying. And the great one above us, he blessed you for making a great choice. You know what I'm saying? Instead of giving up. You know what I'm saying? But reflecting off what D said, you know, as far as, you know, these kids being able to make choices, you have to be able to make the right choice and have to make the right decision. But more importantly, if you can't make that choice and make that right decision, you have to be open-minded to be able to ask somebody, you know, to help me on making a certain choice or making a certain decision. And that's where it comes along with parents who need to be there around, you know what I'm saying? As far as, you know, these kids that are pretty much in these very big, you know, great positions, you know what I'm saying, to help them get, you know what I'm saying, not just go through it, but get through it, you know what I'm saying? Because one slip, one wrong move, you know what I'm saying, can eliminate a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you take a look at John Moran. He was the last thing on Hulu. Now, I don't want to be looking at Hulu and see, you know, Jalen Hurts up there. That don't even fit. You know what I mean? But it happens, you know, when you're in position, you have certain things going on for you. You have to, you know, you have to appreciate those moments and continue on making those right decisions in life. And when you're unsure about making a certain decision, don't be afraid to ask somebody that can, you know, help you, you know, make the right decision if you're unsure. And that's where we're away from a lot of things, you know, as far as the day in life, is making sure kids make the right decisions, and kids also, when they're unsure, to be able to ask the question and not being, you know, ashamed about asking the question. But yeah, man, commend you for making the right decision after, you know, blowing your knee, you know what I'm saying, and moving on with your life, man, you know, and being here and, you know, and being a great figure in life, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yes, thank you, Boogie. Thank you.
Yeah, things happen for a reason. They work out that way as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to shout out to my guy Sam Grandison. What's good, Sam? Hope you're doing well. Hope life is treating you good. Nah, I mean, don't study too hard, but don't forget, you gotta study. Shout out to my fellow Giant fan, man. I'm sorry, brother. Shout out to I Am Jarrell. What's good, bro? I know Boogie. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put Jarrell's name up just because, you know, you deserve it, man. I know. Come on, man. It's rough. I don't want to talk about it. It's rough. Okay. All right. Guys, listen. If y'all haven't tuned in to I Am Jarrell's channel, it's called Die Hard Giants. And let me tell you, you got to be a Die Hard Giant to salute and be a fan of what we've seen out there. So just show him some love if you're into football and you like the Giants or whatever, man. Or just if you want to show him a love because he's a good guy, man. Because to have to deal with this stuff, it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, I think it's so two things. I wanted to say this before I remembered, it just hit me right now. We was talking about Obi Toppen, and I'm gonna leave that to something else that gets said because Paris Douglas said something about Zion. I think it was you, AA, or I don't know. I think it was you who had mentioned how Obi was playing, or maybe I don't know, and how Julius kind of looked at that situation.
No, I think Julius was pressing him. Obi was pressing him.
I think Julius handled it in the best way he could handle it, and we maybe overlooked it a little bit. You know what Julius did? Because remember, Obi was getting a lot of like, oh man, give Obi more minutes and he can be just as good as Julius, or give us some stuff that you know what I mean? Like give him some time. Like Thibs is holding him back, right? And we know that's the season also, Obi finished the season dropping like 30, 40. He had a game with 40. It was what it was, right? What's Julius do the next season? 25, 10, and 5. You know what I mean? 25, 10, and 4, whatever. All-star appearance, all NBA. Just look, I don't care. All right, I like Obi. He's my teammate. I wish the best. I'm gonna go do Julius. Julius is gonna drop this 25 on you real quick, just so you know that's who I am. And that was the best way to handle it. Julius said, "I'm not only gonna play better offensively, I'm gonna be a better teammate." Now, defensively, he didn't really clean it up there the way you would like, but he did make strides to be a better offensive player. He took a lot of shots, a lot of three-point shots. But, when I look back at it, I was giving him a lot of flack for that. But even I had to look back and say he shot 33 point something, almost 34% from three. For the amount of shots he took from three, it's not as bad as I thought. So I'm going to give him a little bit of credit. He wasn't as horrible as I thought from three. He actually was a little bit more adequate, considering he's not a great shooter in his own right. It was better than I thought. So, okay. I still think he took too many shots, but it is what it is.
Cool.
Defensively,
Randle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Randle took he was on pace to take Evan Fournier type shots that Evan Fournier took. So like the year before when he broke the record, that's a lot of shots. So I give him
that donation that got in his head.
Oh, right, yeah, and then every shot he was making was sending money. Yeah, facts.
I would have been not trying to shoot so many of them.
he must have been like, you know what? Damn, this is getting expensive.
Yeah.
So yeah, right. So yeah, so I think he handled that well, and I think the most important thing is he became a better teammate. Like I watched Randle. I was criticizing him so much the year before. I was watching him, pick his team up off the ground, watching him chastise his teammate when I'm passing you the ball, you to do the right thing with it. Then watching him go over to the teammate when the teammate did something good and tell him, yeah, that's what I'm talking. Hit him in the chest. You know what I mean? Watching Hartenstein struggle and then saying that Julius Randle gave me a call and we talked about some things and that made me feel better. And then Hartenstein started playing better. Like you got to pay attention to that stuff. Watching him not slap laptops out of the hands of his coaches. Like, these are strides. Like I got to take that and say, okay, he did a lot better. And I appreciate that. Now
will he take the foot off the throttle now that he doesn't have that Obi threat?
I hope he does. I don't know. I want him to still play like Julius Randle, but I don't need him to take as many shots and to try to get me 25 points per game. I'll be happy with, like I said it before, I'll be happy with 23 or something around there, but play better defense. Like give the team what we're missing. Give us a little bit more of that defense and pass the ball around. Get guys involved. When it's your time, it's your time. You're Julius Randle. We already know you can do it. So like, I hope we can see a little bit more of that. But what I wanted to say.
I'm sorry, Ron. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm gonna forget. Double A. Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
What I wanted to say is, Parrish Douglas said that he would take Zion in a heartbeat right now over Julius. Come on, Parrish. This is why you got people going crazy in the chat. Listen, 25, 10, and 4, man. Come. I know there's some things you don't like.
28.
Yeah, 28 and play 28 games.
For 2 seasons.
You know what I mean? Like I said, that'll be the roll of the dice. But what else we got, man? What other superstar is going to fall out the tree and land in New York City?
You, bro. But let me tell you something right now, Double A. If the Knicks trade Julius Randle for Zion Williamson tomorrow, Zion comes in here and lights it up in the Garden, they're going to go crazy. But if Zion gets hurt and misses 40, 50 games, you want to hear a mad fan base? They are gonna go crazy over here. It will be madness.
I agree.
It's some chances you can't take.
Couple of things though, because before you guys branch off, right? Like,
yes, sir.
There was never an Obi threat as long as Tom Thibodeau was the head coach of this team.
We know that.
Yeah, it never existed, right? But
the
thing with Randle, Ron, when you were talking about his 3-point shooting, is that if you look what he shot first and second quarter as opposed to third and fourth quarter, you might think differently. So although I think he ended at 34% for the year, which for the position is not bad at all. But if you look at first and second quarter percentages to third and fourth quarter, there's a drastic difference.
Well, I think that's what, and I'll let you continue. I think that's what played into my thought process, D, because I thought he shot worse. And so I was like, yo, in my mind, I was thinking, like, Julius got to stop taking all these threes. When I saw he shot around 34%, I was surprised. So maybe I was looking at other numbers throughout the season and what it really was. And then by the end of the season, I was surprised that it finished at where it finished. So that makes sense to me because I was confused because I was like, yo, he wasn't even shooting good, but something changed. So, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
It was a time when Julius led the league in first quarter trades.
Yeah.
Oh, and scoring in general. He was getting busy in the first quarter.
I'm trying to figure out where was the fall off with it. Must have fell off when he came back in the game in the second quarter because D said first and second quarter. So I don't know, but I know he got us going a lot. But
yeah, I agreed. And shout out to Paris Duggan. He said Zion is league MVP at age 26. Maturity will be why. Listen. Shout out to Zion. Let me just say this, and then we'll get into Andy's question. He looks like he's doing all the right things right now. He looks like he's coming into camp really physically fit. He looks like he cut some weight. He looks chiseled, for his size, that's a lot. That means he's been working hard. I don't know. I mean, it's all about mentality. As Paris did say, it has something to do with maturity. And look, before I want to technically destroy what Paris was saying before, the realist in me says maybe Paris is onto something saying, yes, I know all of this about Zion. Yes, I know he hasn't been healthy. Yes, but I'm telling you, if you want a chance to get a difference maker right now before he makes the difference, this is when you do it, because Zion may be turning it around mentally and physically, changing his diet, changing his habits, changing his circle. And if that happens, I said this actually in the beginning of the offseason, this could be the moment we lost out on that chance to get him, because once he takes off, it's over. It's a wrap. He ain't never leaving.
Right.
So I get it. There's a chance. It's a chance.
So Ron, check it out. First quarter for Randle, shot 37% from three. Second quarter, 34. Third quarter, 28. And fourth quarter, 32.
Wow. So there's something going on. But, that also kind of points to the fact that maybe that's because we talked about at some point Randle was getting off in the first quarter, and like the Knicks knew, like Randle's having these good starts to the game, so they were feeding him and letting him do his thing, and then Brunson was slowly getting into the game and getting his thing, and maybe just understanding the right balance of them getting shots and moving the ball around, and maybe Randle got a little caught up in what he lost a little of that while Brunson was doing his thing. I don't know. I can't really put my finger on that. That's weird. It's wild stuff. But thank you for the stat, D. That explains a lot, because there was times I was looking at it like, yo, what? Julius is taking a lot of shots and they're not going in. I'm like, but okay. That explains that.
I still believe that they did great working with one another. And I think Julius did a great job by accepting him. And I think, that was amongst them, and they came in, that was the best thing for them. One is an opener, one is a closer. But because I'm a closer, still give me what you can give me, you know what I'm saying, in that fourth quarter too. But if he's an opener, he's a closer, you know what I'm saying, they got room to grow. And Julius said it, he said it on Paul George show. That's our first year together. We're gonna get better. And Jalen's gonna get better. The team is going to get better. You know what I mean? I don't worry about what Milwaukee did with Dame. I don't worry about what Boston did. None of that. All you have to do is get on the floor and play. If you play and play together, you know what I'm saying, and play hard, it'll handle its own results at the end. But you got to want it. And nobody's going to give the Knicks anything. They ain't been giving us nothing. They don't want to give us nothing. They scared to death for us to get anything. They scared to death for us to have got Dame 2 years ago. They scared to death for us to really get Embiid or Donovan would have been over here last year. That thing could have looking crazy last year. But keep being like we are. It's us against us against ourselves. All eyes on us, man. All eyes, man.
I hear you, brother.
I'm just disappointed because I just feel that we have a coach that doesn't put our players in the best positions to succeed. I'll give you an example. D had an interesting short. I don't know if any of y'all checked it out. Check it out. It's on the manual quickly. And just the usage. You know what I mean? Sometimes the way you use a player, like you guys was talking about the EFG, effective field goal percentage, and all that other stuff, and how it makes a difference if you're taking shots that you can make versus taking shots to take a shot. And D had a thing on which it just basically proved that Emmanuel Quickly is a better catch and shoot player than he is. I mean, we know what he does when he gets the ball, dribble. Sometimes he'll dribble 7-8 seconds off the clock. But check out that short, man. And it just shows that, you know.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate that.
Backing up what I'm saying about using players and getting the best out of them. One of the things me and Ron were talking about is the minute distribution. You know, are these players going to get the minutes they need to shine? You know what I mean? To me, everybody's looking at Grimes, and I think Grimes can be that player. But, I mean, you're playing with Randle, Barrett, and Brunson. You're not getting that many shot attempts up. You know what I mean? And then now you got all these guards. Ron was talking about maybe he'll get 18 minutes. That's not enough time to me for Grimes to do, you know, to grow, do his thing. And that's why my feeling goes back to they didn't do enough this offseason to put us in a position to succeed, to get those spots, fill in those spots where we need help at. If you're expecting your team, if this is a make it or break it year, then they failed this team in giving them all they needed to succeed. Because we haven't gotten a small forward. We needed a power forward. We needed a backup guard. And we got players, okay, we're holding on to Sims, McBride. If they're not the answer, then, you know, get some people that are the answer. But if you're expecting us to do well, then you got to put us in a position to succeed. And you do that by giving the coach the players he needs and addressing the team's needs. And I don't think we did that this offseason. Signing Dante was a good move, but it wasn't the only move we needed to make. And going after him gave us an excess guard where we should have moved one of the others for another piece that we did need. You know, right now we have an abundance.
You know what? Let me say this. Let me see if I can remember all of this stuff, because my my own issue is sometimes I forget things, and then later I remember it at different parts of the show. I'm like, oh, I try to get it out. So pause. But anyway, so for example, one thing is we were talking about Dante DiVincenzo, and I didn't shout it out, and I apologize. I don't know who said it now. Did I even star it? I looked at it and I was like, that's a very good point. I don't think I did. But the point was, when we were talking about Dante and we were talking about the ball handling and issues with the team and how Dante kind of helps with that, you know, Dante DiVincenzo fit with his catch and shoot in the 95th percentile, which is really good. And so that's something that the Knicks are lacking, and he brings that. So going back to the improved ball handling and his catch and shoot, that is something that the Knicks will benefit from this year. We just got to see how it's orchestrated, how it plays out, how Thibs uses him. Hopefully he uses him accordingly. We'll see. And I wanted to say, going back to my take on Grimes, I was a little bit wrong on that too, but that's because of me estimating the amount of minutes that Grimes was actually getting. I actually do think Grimes is going to get more like 22, 24 minutes. And if he plays well, he'll warrant more minutes. And offensively, if he continues to improve, he'll get that. But last year, Grimes got 30 minutes per game, guys, 29 plus. And I was shocked at that. When I looked at it, I was like, whoa, I didn't even notice. Yeah, so Grimes was getting good minutes. And that's the whole thing. If you were just looking at Quentin Grimes, even though he shot pretty good from three, but it goes back to him being used accordingly. In 30 minutes, there's times we saw that Grimes was a non-factor because they weren't passing him the ball or getting him shot opportunities the way they should have. Thibs got to use his players right. There's some truth to that.
And here's another thing to put too, is that because of the pace percentage, we don't have as many possessions. And that's why our assist numbers are down too. So when you play that slow, you're gonna have to expect guys not to get as many shots because you don't have as many possessions.
Right.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
Good point, D. So the other thing I was going to say, and then we could finally get to quickly. Andy's question was started. Okay. We're going to scratch IQ's contract extension. Or, that's the question. Are we going to scratch IQ's contract extension? Because he had a convo about it with Sim yesterday. It was a good convo. I saw some of it. I missed the early part of it. But here's the thing, and I see Andy going back and forth in the chat with his thoughts about some of this with regards to IQ. I don't want to be that guy because I'm not coming at anybody with regards to this. I know the fans look at it and you feel a certain way, but I'm just like, I don't know why this is so hard to wrap our heads around. I don't think it is what it is. I think it's not as bad as you think. And I'm just getting an update while we're talking. Fournier is not happy. He wrote, it was an interview, a soundbite or something. He said Evan reacts to getting left off of the Knicks rotation. He said, I'm a good player. I can bleeping play. Fournier is breaking. He's not happy. So
that's rough, man.
Oh man,
he's finding every way to get out that door as quickly as possible.
Yeah, man, he is not happy. So, but
and the point I was making with all that was basically, I agreed with you, Ron, that we should have traded for Dante. He does bring what he brings. He gives us something we didn't have. But I think having him and having Quickly is, how can I say
counterproductive.
We don't need to have two players that are, playing the same position. And
so it's counterproductive. It's like, they're canceling each other out.
Needs. Yeah,
it's redundant. I got you. I hear you. But now they're gonna have to figure that out.
Go ahead, Jay Boogie. That's because Quickly is up on evaluation. Quickly is not getting that money until he prove himself in the playoffs. He don't went 0 for 2 in the playoffs. And we understand that, okay, you had a slight injury or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? You still regular season playing along with Julius. You know what I'm saying? But Julius already got his bread. They're not trying to make the same mistake, whereas when they gave RJ that money ahead of time. And it became what was the poison pill, whatever, all that stuff they was talking about. They're not doing that with IQ. So if IQ is going to be a part of probably being here or being traded. He is a chip, but they don't want to mess that chip up and give him some money. You know what I'm saying? And then they can't trade him, and then they don't know what his playoff value is. Still in all, he has to prove that he's capable of being in these playoffs. He wasn't a rookie in the playoffs last year. Grimes was. I give Grimes his props, for being in it. Last year was Grimes' really first completed year. You know what I'm saying? First one, and in the playoffs. We know what Grimes was. Grimes was our number one defensive player. You know what I'm saying? If anybody, I'm pointing the finger at RJ because Grimes became the best defensive player, and you didn't have to check the best offensive player no more. And then on the offensive end, you're labeled at number 3, and the number 1 and number 2 defensive player on the other team wasn't even checking you. So you should have been putting up them numbers, but it's hard that he didn't put up them numbers to move him because he already got that bread. So they're not going to make that type of mistake again with IQ. That's just the way I'm looking at it. And I think Grimes has a lot he's going to do. I think he's going to average 14 points, but it's not about the shots. It's not about the shots he's going to get. It's about them shots will he take. If he comes back willing to take shots instead of just catch, pump fake, it ain't there, pass and cut, instead of catch it, pump fake, and do something with it, that's a different Grimes. It's a difference between a shooter and a scorer. Grimes has to sometime realize I can't score and don't be scared because nobody's really checking Grimes. They get the worst defensive play on him.
That's true. And shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He's just explaining his thought process. He said Leon isn't paying Julius Randle $200 million he wants, and that's why you do it. That's fair. If you think that the Knicks are not willing to pay Julius Randle the money when his time is up, then you got you trade him. Yeah, you move him. I hear you. Because I mean, if I do think that Julius Randle is worth $200 million.
Yeah,
and with the discount he gave us, he definitely is worth the money. Like that's
for how many years though?
They'll have to be matched.
It's got to be 4 or 5, right? Yeah.
So you
he's
think Julius Randle is worth $50 million a year?
That's the going rate for that type of player. And you know, if you look at his numbers, that's what guys around the league are making at that point in their career, and that actually is like a.
And then we're gonna have to play Brunson. You know, Brunson's gonna want that.
That's why I don't know what the Knicks are gonna do yet. So that's why going back to what D said.
That's $100 million. 2 players, $100 million of your payroll.
What I want to know from because you know I've heard this a lot, like you know, like it's the market, it's this and that. I just want to know how like it's evaluated on how a player would determine to get that amount.
That's crazy.
Because if it's based on regular season stats, that's effing ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that works, but did you go past IQ already? Are we done with IQ?
No. We still didn't get into it. We're about to get into it. The other thing is like, in context, Julius Randle is probably going to get over $200 million, right? And if you want to say, is he worth that amount? Well, let me say something. Tyrese Maxey is asking for $200 million. Okay. Is Tyrese Maxey worth $200 million?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just saying, it's like, you know,
this is why I think you have to be developing at the same time. Okay. We'd have held on to Obi. We have insurance in case, you know, we don't want to keep Julius. We don't want to pay Julius $50 million a year, you know, or, okay, you know, if you don't think Toppin's the one, then draft another power forward, be grooming somebody, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen,
that should be part of your roster building is drafting and developing.
I don't think they want to touch that yet, AA, but they may get into that next year. Like they may see how this year plays out, and then next year, knowing that that's Julius's last year under contract before he can opt out, that's when you may see the Knicks try to bring in a real backup power forward.
How we know somebody's going to be available though?
Well, there's always going to be a guy. Like now, I'm not talking about upper echelon. There's always going to be a really good, adequate person at a position that you can bring in. The point is, can you afford it? Do you have the money to sign them outright, or do you have to figure out a way to trade for them? That's the thing. Right. And I don't think the Knicks really want to be in this whole let's give up more assets to bring in a guy when we don't know how it's all going to play out yet with who else we need to go after. I think they want to try to bring in as many people they can, just sign them to like 1-year deals. You know, when the Knicks get into their 1-year deal bag with an option, I think they want to get back into that, but they didn't have a lot of money this season to go around. But yeah, and real quick, right?
Your mic
muted.
Look how sensitive that. It's quick. That is so quick, man.
Even they're spitting. What's the name of the album coming out?
You know what I mean? Zion only gets 7 rebounds per game. That's very interesting. In the time that he's out there, that's what he averages. Josh Hart averages 7 rebounds per game. Just throwing that out there.
But what does the center on his team and the power forward on his team average? So you can't say, oh, this guy only averages 7 rebounds. Somebody else on the team might be getting all the rebounds.
That's fair. There's a point there, but I think like if you look at Mitchell Robinson and all the rebounds offensively he gets, Hartenstein comes in, hey, and he gets his rebounds. I think there's, you know, and Julius still gets his 10 rebounds. So there's rebounds to be gotten. Hey, what's going on, baby girl? I hear you a karate champion.
I am not.
She don't like nobody. She don't like when I be
sharing the business.
As soon as I put the video up, she like, let me see. Yeah,
man, it's a beautiful young lady, man. So okay, back to the IQ stuff. Back to what Andy was talking about. So anyway, my whole thing is, and I keep saying this, and I know this still doesn't make sense to a lot of people, and people still look at it like, okay, but this is what it is right now. Even if IQ, and I'm not saying he should get that, but even if IQ was to get exactly what Jalen Brunson is getting right now, that doesn't mean anything, guys, because Jalen Brunson is undervalued, and his time is going to come, and he is going to lapse what he's getting now. He's going to double it easily. So I stop looking at you equating both of these guys to being the same type of player. And if I'm willing to pay IQ $104 million, then what does that say about Jalen Brunson? It says nothing. Jalen Brunson looks at it and talks to his accountant and his agent and says, "Ooh, wee boy, in another year or two, oh man, the French Riviera. You think they're still, giving out islands?" I'm thinking about, like, he ain't worried about none of that. He gonna get his money. His bread is coming. He knows his value, and the value has already increased. And he's one of those fortunate players that everything he's been valued at has been undervaluing him. He's surpassed all of those benchmarks. I wouldn't worry about it like that. The other thing is, apparently, this is according to Ian Begley, or it was someone else. I think it was Ian Begley, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that part. The Knicks want to offer IQ $80 million. IQ wants $100 million. So you know what I say? Meet in the middle. $90 million, get it done if you want to get it done. If you don't want to get it done, then play it smart. Let IQ play out the rest of the season and see how you feel about him after that. Because we already know there's a logjam with guards. They do have a lot of guys. Maybe all these guys deserve to be here. Maybe after this season, we're going to look at this Knicks roster and say, wow, IQ balled out. Emmanuel quickly is a beast, right? Quentin Grimes balled out. Grimes is no ham sandwich. He's much more than that. RJ Barrett had his best season as a New York Knick, right? Dante DiVincenzo came in and did exactly what he thought it would do. He was stabilizing. Josh Hart built off of his his acquisition in the second half of the season last year, and it was the same type of play. He was the hustle guy. He gave us the grit, and he was just exactly what we thought he would be. If you go into next season and that's what you're dealing with, Knicks might have to find a way to keep all of these guys, right? And then it changes your value system. Like, this puts us in a weird place. Now we're paying all this money to guards, and now we're going to be a small team going forward. Can we live at the? Because that's what would happen. Or you just say, look, I got to get rid of one of these guys that I don't want to get rid of, but I have to. Knicks are going to be in a weird spot. Do I think all of these guys can pop at the same time? Yeah, they can. It could happen.
But I'm saying, what are we waiting for, though, dog?
Because you got to see it. You got to see it. Double A.
We brought Dante in. Dante can do essentially what Quickly does. We already paid.
But we have. Hold on. But I don't want to cut you off. But to your point, we haven't seen it yet with the Knicks. We know Dante can. Got to see how it looks with the Knicks.
But we gave him the bag already, so he better be that. We gambling that he is that, right? We gambling that he is all that in the chip.
It's true. But I think he's got a nice leash. Quickly has to actually go out there and ball. Grimes actually has to go out there and ball.
Right. Well, what I'm saying, we could use our abundance to address positions of need. If we need that backup point guard that can give Jalen that rest he needs, go out and get him. We need that power forward to back up Randle and not to count on him so much, especially coming back from a reconstructed ankle. You know what I mean? The guy's coming back from a reconstructed ankle. But Thibs is already talking like, hey, it is what it is. He's already going to run him. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm getting at is, okay, from our abundance, our redundancy, we should be addressing our areas of need if we're serious about making some noise.
That's fair. I want to get to Jay Boogie's thoughts and then D's thoughts real quick about IQ. I mean, what's your thoughts, Jay Boogie? Do you think that if the Knicks do give, and I'm not saying they will, but say the Knicks do reach that $100 million mark, and that's like right under what Jalen Brunson's getting, do you think it's a bad move for the Knicks? Or do you see that it will even out at some point and you're not looking. That doesn't necessarily dictate. One's value is not dictated by what the other one's getting. What's your thoughts?
I just believe IQ is going to be probably our top-notch bargaining chip. So, and I just think if you haven't got money right now, and they don't brought other guys in there and gave him a little bit of money, you know, to me, signs is leading to where it's like he's not going to be here long. And I hate to say it, you know, and compared to Dante. D, what Dante got? A 10 million per year?
452. So that's what, 12?
12? 12,
yeah. 12 and a half, something.
Okay, so outside of IQ being drafted here and been here, is he really $8 million better than Dante? It's the question that you have to ask. You know what I mean? Amongst
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that last part. Is who better?
Is IQ $8 million more better than Dante outside of us saying that we drafted him, he's been here, he deserves it because he's been here. Is he really $8 million better than Dante? And if he's not $8 million better than him, then I think I'm okay with Dante being here and I'm moving on with IQ. Just I'm trying to look at it fairly. I know we drafted him, and I know we need to, you know, keep some of our players that's here and everything. But if Dante is here and he's bigger than IQ, he's more experienced than IQ, you know what I'm saying? What was that? Oh, that must have been something back.
Oh no.
Sorry, that was my daughter, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I know they need to make a move, and I think they're just trying to figure out what players they want to use for the bargaining chip, and I think it's IQ/RJ. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. D, what's your thoughts about this? And mind you, I understand that, you know, you're still trying to wrap your head around this whole market of what these guys actually are worth, and I get it. I understand.
I get it. I just think it's retarded. But
yeah.
Show is making me die laughing here. But okay, so because he keeps on saying that Dante and IQ are the same player, and they're not. But
no.
Okay. Anyway, okay. I just did a video recently on IQ. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, please check it out. I think some people misinterpreted what I was trying to say, and all I was just trying to say with the video was that, you know, I saw starter numbers with IQ last year, right? And in I'll tell you right now, if I can find it quickly, it'll be fantastic. Okay, great. In 21 games, he shot 47% for the field, 40% from three, 85% for the free throw line. His ball usage was actually higher at 22.3 with a true shooting percentage of 60%. It's very high, right? So I said, let me go a little bit further. This man was averaging 22 and a half a game, 5.4 rebounds, which is about the same as RJ Barrett, and 5.1 assists in the 21 games that he started last season. So now this has to do with the contract talk, because what I think is happening, and this is a hypothesis, okay, is that Knicks have had a habit of paying guys too early, but they didn't do that with IQ. And instead got a guy in Dante DiVincenzo that they can kind of collide a little bit. I wouldn't go as far as Sherwin saying that, well, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Okay, thank you, yeah. I want to go as far as saying that they're the same player, but on the perimeter, they both can play perimeter defense. They both can stretch the floor. I just think that IQ would have maybe more ball handling responsibilities than Dante. And I think that Emmanuel Quickly is better off the bounce than Dante at this moment in time in Dante's career. And I think that the injuries have kind of caught up to him a little bit as far as like his explosion and his first step that he had when he came out of Villanova. I didn't see it last year with Golden State. It retracted big time. And you could literally see it. And that's why I think he focused on him being more of a catch and shoot shooter, being a shooter more off the dribble handoff and stuff of that nature. So I think Boogie's right. And I agree with Boogie. I think that the Knicks are evaluating what exactly they're going to do with IQ. Also, too, another reason why he maybe didn't get paid as well, because if they paid him next year, they'll be over the luxury tax. So they're probably assessing exactly how much it is he's going to get paid, because then if they come out with, say, for example, they don't have a great season like they did last season, then they could go ahead and determine what that number would be. You see, as opposed to when they already pay him now and say the team doesn't do bad, well, guess what? Now you go into the next season and you're over the luxury tax. Which the Knicks haven't had very good success with them being over the luxury tax ever since James Dolan became owner of this organization. I think winning seasons, I think they're like 2-11 or something like that. So going over the luxury tax. So, and they had to do that because they had Melo. So a chunk of those years went with Melo, and there was a couple in the 2000s as well. So, you know, it looks like they're playing a wait and see game with that, and seeing how that goes down. My thing is that they got to make a decision by trading deadline. And I think when is it that his extension, that they can't extend him?
I don't have the exact. It's October. I think it's the 18th, or maybe it's the first week of the 20th. But it's right around there. And after that, yeah, it's it. You gotta wait.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like, I think it's 2 November or something like that. Right. Okay, good. Thank you, Andy. October 24th. Okay, good. So it's even before the season starts. So there's a good chance that he's not gonna get the extension. So they got making it. So now here's the whole thing, right? And if I was in the room with IQ and I'm talking to him and his agent, and they said they wanted $100 million, you know what I would have done? I would have gone to the secretary. I would have been like, Elise, could you give me IQ's playoff numbers, right? And then I would have go ahead and I would have put it on the table, and I would have been like, now seeing that, do you think that that's a ridiculous ask? Because to me, right, and maybe it's just a me thing, I don't know. I would base what I give players, like, for example, somebody brought up Halliburton, right, and how he got the 200 because of the All-Star. But you see, but Halliburton's different because you're basing that money based off the potential of what he is and the age and what he's delivered so far. So that's more of a potentiality thing with him, as opposed to a guy like Randle or something like that, where he's hitting 30. We already know kind of what he is. That $200 million will have to be more warranted on results of what you're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, it's two different sides of the spectrum. But I think if IQ and they're going to evaluate, if IQ has another playoff performance like he had last season, I won't count his rookie season. I never count the guy's first time within the rookie contracts. I would never do that. Like Evan Mobley, like I'm not going to count that.
Right.
He'll be lucky for me that he would get a Dante DiVincenzo contract, because I don't care what you do during the regular season. Those are regular season accolades. Dante brought it up in the press conference, and I forgot who I was talking to, but it was bringing up the fact that, you know, the idea of developing team habits and developing team chemistry and the team system within the regular season to succeed in the playoffs is a very old idea. It's not new. It didn't come from Thibs. It didn't come from Dante. This is something that was talked about for decades. So, you know, that's why, like, regular season has its purposes. If you're competing, and the purposes is for your team to be ready for playoffs, because that's where it really counts. That's why you're playing the 82 games for. So I think that's why Thibs kind of set a memo. I just hope he sticks to his guns with it. And that's the big thing with me. Of pushing aside individual accomplishments, right? In order for the team. Because, and then Dante being the mouthpiece of that, right? Because he took it, he extended what Thibs said, right? If that's the idea, then Julius Randle shouldn't care about making an all-star team this year.
Hey D, I got 2 questions, Ron, if you don't mind. Let me ask D.
Yeah.
Why he cooking? Because you should already don't drop the fire emoji. You know what I'm saying? And while you chefing up there. This question number 1 is and I want to answer, and I hope anybody else might be thinking this in the chat if they did ask. We have IQ's bird rights, right? Do you think if we got his bird rights, do you think that okay? The first question is, do you think the Knicks will well at the end of the season go, let's see what your money gonna look like? You know what I'm saying? And if we want to compare it, if we want to match it, then we'll bring you back. That's question number 1. And what's my question number 2? My question number 2, tag it slipped my mind. I went
so you want me to build one and then you think about 2? Okay, so say one again for me, please.
Do you think the Knicks will go ahead because if we have his bird rights, let him just go ahead and see what money is out there for him, and then if we want to match it, you know what I'm saying, we'll bring it back. Right.
So being that he is a restricted free agent. So at the end of this offseason, he can get an offer and the Knicks can match it. So you want that to see if the Knicks want to look at that to determine his value and if they want to match or not. Okay. I hear you.
Yeah.
D.
Well, I think to answer your question, I think, I think there was a big letdown, and I think it's something that's been quiet, but I think there was a big letdown with the organization with IQ because he had a stellar regular season, especially after the little slump he had after the 25, 30 games. He was pretty stellar after that. And there was really serious consideration of him having 6th Man of the Year award, which he came second in that race. So to answer your question, that's why I think it's a tricky game because then you have to think about if you do have his bird rights, right? And say a team goes extravagant and says, we'll pay him the 100. Instead you go 120, right? Which we know most likely the Knicks are not going to match that, right? Then your question becomes then now, if they do own his bird rights, are they still able to go ahead and sign and trade him? So they'll request 120, but could they trade it after? So we got to look at the stipulations of his contract, you see, and see if that's something that they can finagle if that time comes. I don't have that information with me at the moment in time, so that's why I'm kind of throwing out different scenarios. But to answer your question, they're leaving themselves no choice but to do that, Boogie, because if they're not going to extend him by October 24th, and thank you, Andy, for that, right? Then they're going to have to make a move by trading deadline. But then they put themselves in a situation with that because if he's playing well, then why would you trade him? And if he's playing poorly, then how many suitors are you already getting? And let's say if you do get a couple, how much compensation are you really getting back in return? So you see the Knicks put themselves in a situation. So I've always went with the thinking, I think I brought it up in Ron's show last time, that when they signed Dante, that was like, whoa, okay, so you're not going to give IQ the money? You know what I'm saying? So, and people would probably think that those two don't go hand in hand. I'm in the thinking that they kind of do to a certain degree. Because if nothing works out with IQ, well, Dante is still young enough to go ahead and fill the role past this season. And that's why they signed him to 4 years. You see? So it's a very tricky game what they're playing. And we would have to see exactly it. IQ's performance will determine what happens, right? And IQ is not in a position of Grimes, where IQ will get the shots. IQ's been getting the shots since his rookie season. IQ will get the ball usage. He's had the ball usage since his rookie season. So he will have the opportunity. It's
even
just
with Dante?
Even with Dante. Because as Boogie said it best, it's an evaluation period. So they got to give him the shot attempts. They got to give him the ball usage. They have to finagle him with different lineups, bench and starting lineup, because they have to determine his value. And that's something that this organization has kind of missed on a couple of times with other guys, as far as with Cam Reddish, as far as with Obi Toppen, and there's another one that slips my mind. So I think they're going to treat IQ correctly in that sense and see exactly what it is that they're going to value him at. And if they may feel it at past the season, if it's too much of another team going after him and another team says, I'm going to throw 120 at him, I would have to look at the contract stipulations, but most likely I think they would be eligible to sign and trade him, match it, and then trade it because they own his bird rights. But because he was the 25th pick, it could be a little different. That's why I'm questioning it. It could be a little bit different because if he's lottery, that you own that. But with the 25th pick, things are a little bit different with that, and there's some fine print that is different. But I hope I wasn't too long-winded. I just wanted to break down your question correctly.
Now you gave it to me right. I
cool.
can't figure out the second question right now because I was fanning. I was fanning it. It's like I like for everybody. I'm a fan of everybody. I like listening to everybody. Especially when guys talk about things that I don't talk about. That's where I get my learning from. Because the numbers and all that. I don't be doing that, man.
No.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes a lot of sense, man. So
real quick, because I think because Boogie wanted the question. So in a nutshell, with the IQ extension, right? He's not IND. I don't think he's going to get it by October 24th. I don't. So he's not going to get it, and you're going to have to evaluate exactly what that money's going to look like in the future.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just wanted, this is my own interesting thing I was taking a look at. So IQ was in the running for sixth man of the year. He didn't win it. We know Malcolm Brogdon got it, but he was a close second, right? So I was just kind of thinking about it in his current role. Now, a lot of times with some of these six men of the year, sometimes they started off as starting players who had good careers, and then they developed into six men, like once their roles changed, right? And then there's of course the occasion where it's the traditional six man. You just never became that starting force, and you just fit that role, like a Lou Williams, for example. But if you look at the last 10 six men of the year, this is just for context, right? Malcolm Brogdon won this past year. We know he's making good money because he was a really good starter in the league. Tyler Hero won the year before. Tyler Hero's making $27 million, and his contract is escalating 30. He got his contract. So, do you feel like is Tyler Hero better than Emmanuel Quickley? Are they similar? We've seen Tyler Hero put up some better numbers, but Tyler Hero's been used differently. He's been the man and part of that rotation of offense. If Quickley were to get those same opportunities, could he do something similar? Defensively, some might say Quickley is the better defensive player between the two. I don't know. You know what I mean? But just interesting to think about, right? Yeah. But Tyler Hero got the money. Jordan Clarkson, he's making $27 million this year, but he didn't get, like, he's due for another contract. Is he worth that type of money?
But Clarkson got it later, though.
Right. Montrezl Harrell, Lou Williams won back-to-back. Lou Williams has never been a prominent starter in this league. He's been a six-man guy. Eric Gordon, who was a prominent starter, he was making the money, so, because of his starting time. Jamal Crawford, obviously, his situation. Lou Williams again. Jamal Crawford again. J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith has been a very adequate role player, but not quite the guy you'd say is the starter type dude who deserves to make big money, but he's made a good, money over his career. And then we get to the one kind of anomaly. In 2012, James Harden. was the sixth man of the year. So, and obviously we know James Harden's career took a turn and he's become an elite type player in the league. But I'm just looking at a lot of these guys: Jamal Crawford again, Lamar Odom, Leandro Barbosa, Mike Miller, Jason Terry, Manu Ginobili. So you just look at the type of guys who have won the Sixth Man of the Year awards. These, and then you just look at the contracts. If you know some of them, I don't know. Maybe at this time, the way the CBA is and the way you look at what a guy is valued, maybe $100 million is warranted for a guy like Quickly, considering he's not that far in game to Tyler Hero, and Tyler Hero got the bag. I don't know, guys.
What?
I don't know. I'm really confused about this. This is a deep dive that I haven't really dived into yet, but I'm just thinking it's interesting.
What if he balls out?
That's what I'm saying. If Quickly balls out,
he can price himself out in New York.
He can, and that's what I think Andy thinks is going to happen. Andy thinks that at the end of the year, he's not going to get the extension now. At the end of the year, Quickly may ball out and whatever, and somebody's going to offer him something that the Knicks are just not going to be willing to match.
And that TV deal doesn't kick in next year; it will kick in the year after. So, but they are trying to get the salary cap to at least go up 10% for next year as well. But you have to allocate the fact that this is something that fans forget. It's the business side of this, and you do have to allocate the fact that Josh Hart starts next year at 17, and RJ is going to be more expensive next year. Julius Randle is going to be more expensive next year. Jalen Brunson is going to be less expensive next year. So you have to allocate those things. Mitchell Robinson goes down, but it's like $1 million or something like that, maybe $2 million. So you got to allocate that. So because then if you do sign, let's say, for example, right, you do sign Emmanuel Quickly at $100 million. I'm just throwing a number out there to make my point. Say for 4 years, that's $20 million. And I'm telling you right now, you're over the salary cap next year. So that's why I think it's because, and I'm kind of relating this to what Keith was saying. Keith was saying that, he's going to get signed booking. And I'm saying, as far as before the season starts, I don't know. Because do you want a team that you haven't been able to determine yet what they're going to do this year to already next year be over the salary cap? Because if they underperform this year, it's not going to be so easy to get rid of those guys without doing it, without having to overcompensate or the other team taking a discount in order to get it. So those are the many hands of this that has to be done.
Who's your guy that you love? Well, I like him too. From San Antonio, the shooting guard D.
Keldon. Yeah, he just signed last year with them. Yeah. San Antonio cooking, bro. They got a beautiful core there.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Keldon Johnson is a very nice type player, and he got his bag. And Keldon is getting $20 million for 2023. Then he's got a de-escalating contract: 20, 19, 17.5, 17.5. I can't say that Quickly's impact is better than Keldon Johnson's impact. I would say he's, to me, and I'm looking at evaluating, I'm looking at Quickly in that area. That's me. I don't know how the Knicks are looking at him, and definitely we know Quickly, but then Quickly could just be bargaining. He's got his agent. Doesn't mean he may think he's worth $100 million, but he's going to ask for something so that you can bring it down and meet him closer to the number. I don't know. This means this is a little bit more for me. I could do, like, if they give Emmanuel Quickly this type of contract, I'm okay with it. It's 20, 19, 17.5, de-escalating that way. I could live with it. Now, I still think that if they do give Quickly the money, I think Grimes is gone eventually. You know what I mean? It's like somebody's got to go. Just put it out there, Knicks fans. Just say,
yeah, somebody will have to go. That's right.
Yeah,
and I think, and you see, I think we figured out the picture, and I think that's why he hasn't gotten the money, because they have to evaluate who's staying and who's not.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Right.
everybody but Grimes and Quickly have long-term deals, right? RJ's here.
Oh, you mean like RJ and Dante and Hart?
Out of the young guys.
Yeah,
Of course,
it comes down to like the two men. Go ahead, D.
No, but if certain guys underperform, you will have to move them, especially if they're not going to be, which opens up the cap space for that. So that's why so don't look at it as long-term type of thing, because as you see these days, the way these NBA players get switched around, you would think it was a damn freaking NBA 2K trade machine thing. So you know what I'm saying? So it 1 year from the next can really drastically change. And then you could free that up, and then, oh, okay, well, I'll sign this guy. Oh, okay, we'll keep this guy. We'll get rid of that and don't have to sign that. It's really an evaluation. I think Bookie hit around the head. I think that was the correct word. It is an evaluation period right now. And we just have to wait and see.
And why y'all talking and then y'all just say Grimes or IQ? That made me think a little bit further. They might be evaluating IQ's game on Grimes' time. Grimes is not up for that bread to the next year, right? But
right.
IQ is up for that bread this year. So I can still pay IQ next year if I decide to move on with Grimes. So maybe they evaluating IQ on Grimes' time. But if they do away with Grimes and they keep IQ, they better be getting me a 3. And I'm okay with you sliding RJ back to his natural spot, because I think you got out of hand with RJ, moving him up to the 3 and making him bulk up and all that, putting all that extra power on him and everything. Whereas I think he could have been all right if he'd have stayed at the 2 and just been a little bit stronger than them other guys. But making him go to the 3, I thought that was kind of like, I really didn't like that move, but that was a move, no choice we had to make. But they might just be evaluating IQ on Grimes' time, but somebody's got to go. I mean, Ron just said it best. Somebody got to. If I go, you got to go. Somebody got to let the go. Somebody, you know what I mean? But yeah, man.
Let me just answer this question real quick because it didn't take me that long to look it up.
And Parrish too, because Parrish is getting itchy about his super chat.
Oh shoot, damn Parrish! I think I've been getting to you, brother. Hold on, I got you, bro. Let me shoot. Where the hell was it? Just had it. There we go. Sherwin asked, who is better, Kevin Porter Jr. or IQ?
That should be an easy answer.
Well, technically, yes, but okay. Well, who do you think the answer is, D?
Kevin Porter Jr.
Okay, right. Here's the thing. Let's look at what Kevin Porter Jr. did, right? Now, keep in mind, Kevin Porter Jr. played 34 minutes, starter, right? Mm-hmm. Averaged 19 points per game, 5.7 assists, 5.3 rebounds. He's an all-around type player, right?
Yep.
Shot 36.6% from 3. Nice. Shot 44% from the field, league average. Very nice. And from the free throw line, shot 78%, right? He, I guess, what we got here? On 15 attempts from the field on average, and then 6.5 attempts from 3 on average in 59 games played. Emmanuel Quickly, let me remind you that Kevin Porter played 34 minutes per game. Yeah. Emmanuel Quickly played 28.9, so let's say 29. So it's a 5-minute per game difference there. Kevin Porter Jr. is a starter. Emmanuel Quickly is not a starter. He started 21 games, but that was what he did. Okay, he played 81 games, so he was out there a lot more, a lot healthier. He averaged 14.9 points per game, let's say 15. He averaged 3.4 assists, and he was 4.2 rebounds per game. He shot 81% from the free throw line, a little better from the free throw line. He shot 37%. We're talking about a less than a percentage point difference from Kevin Porter. And he was also 44.8 from the field. So around the same thing from the field on 11.6 attempts from the field and 5.6 attempts from 3. So the threes It's very similar. Not that big of a difference. Kevin Porter Jr. shot a little bit more, but it's real small, whatever. But it's also about usage, right? How quickly he's used in the offense as well as how Kevin Porter's used. I think Kevin Porter got a little bit more. That 5-minute difference is a good barometer to show that he's got more time. And if you give quickly that amount of time, maybe he can equal what Kevin Porter did. But I will give Kevin Porter the edge because just the difference with 5 minutes, 5 extra minutes compared to Quickly's 15 points, Kevin Porter was at 19. So an extra 4 points in those 5 minutes. That's saying something. Quickly might be able to do something similar if he got that same type of opportunity. But I don't want to say like Quickly's not getting a chance to score because as the sixth man coming off the bench, the ball was in his hands a lot. He did get a chance to score. Just, the minute usage is the only difference. On paper, I would say Kevin Porter Jr. still looks like the better player.
Well, Sherwin should have. See, I knew where Sherwin was getting at, but Sherwin should have expanded on the question a little bit. Who has the better skill set? I think is the question there. Because you see, people got into impact. They did no. That's not what we're talking about. Right. I knew what Sherwin was talking about. He was talking about the skill set. And yeah, I mean, hands down, it shouldn't even be a damn discussion.
No, Kevin Porter Jr.'s can do everything, and he's athletic too. Like he's got the whole shebang, the whole game. He's just does he have it between the ears? That's a whole nother thing.
But I'm gonna be fair about IQ fars along with that question because if you took Kevin Porter off that team and put IQ in that starting role over there, and he had nobody to fight with, IQ's gonna put up those numbers. But the question is Kevin Porter going to put up the same numbers IQ puts up if he was here in IQ's play?
That's interesting.
But that's, what I'm saying? That's how you want to weigh him out. But I know for a fact if IQ's a starting point guard and running off the numbers that these world already said he is, I'm not taking Porter over IQ.
I think, yeah, and I think
20-something points per game.
Yeah,
but these things said IQ was better off the ball.
Yep.
Right, D?
Well, yeah, correct. IQ not only is better off the ball, but to another stat, and this is separate from this, and nobody's even looking at this now. But D and I talked about this 2 years ago when we were breaking down impact on the team. It's like it was the plus minus. IQ had the best plus minus of anybody on the Knicks. And like the effective plus minus, like for guys playing with him on the court, out of all the players on the court, his plus minus was the best and in plus with everybody he played with, no matter if he was with one of the starters or with the bench players. Everybody who played with IQ, it was a benefit to them. So IQ does benefit guys out there when he's out there on the court.
Mm-hmm. Obi.
All things being said, I think the Knicks would be better off starting IQ at the 2 and Grimes at the 3.
Well, you know what?
RJ to the bench. Yes.
Double A, that was something that, see, I tell you, I forget things. That's something I was going to bring up before when we talked about the evaluation period to see, because it's an evaluation period for 3 guys in particular. And there's more than just that, but RJ, because RJ got the bag, he's still getting evaluated. As I said before, I do think that if he has a bad year, they're going to find a way to get him up out of here. And that will free up a lot of this log jam for other guys. They may say, let's pay quickly. And Grimes may play well enough that we got to figure out a way to keep this guy too. But if RJ plays bad, he's the expendable one. They got to figure out a way to move him. Maybe
but he's our only guy really small forward, really.
No, but you move him, you bring in another small forward. Doesn't mean you gotta, or you move them and there's a draft pick. Somehow you got to move and put something attached to it, but maybe you get back a draft pick from the team you're moving him to for the current draft that year. And maybe in that draft, you draft yourself a small forward. Like, you just don't know. There's multiple things that the Knicks can do that we don't know what's going to put them in that position to do it, but there's different ways that this can play. That's why I always say people harp on the fact that, oh, we don't have a defender at this position. We don't have a defender at that position. If we move this guy, what are we going to do here? Then you change the way your defense plays. You get a defender here to make up for the defender you lost there. You just restructure stuff. You figure out a way to make it work. If you get Donovan Mitchell here for example, then you know your backcourt is definitely non-defensive. Then you gotta make a change. Whether it means you keep RJ and you have to trade somebody else, even if it doesn't make sense to you. Like, man, how can we trade Grimes? He's a great defender at the 2-guard spot. It doesn't matter. We need a great defender at the 3-guard, and he can't really effectively play the 3. Then we got to trade Grimes to go get that small forward who can play defense there. Like, you got to change your whole route.
Right.
Like, you got to figure it out how to make it work. But you can make it work. You got to look at things differently.
One more thing, right? With Kevin Porter, because people were saying like, "Oh, defense," all this. Kevin Porter Jr. played defense against the premier guards on a night-to-night basis. Does IQ?
No.
No,
Because I haven't seen it.
No, he doesn't.
So, we gotta, there's many variables in these equations that we have to consider before we come with an answer. Kevin Porter Jr. plays premier star guards on a night-to-night basis. I've never seen IQ for a whole game defend a top 25, top 40 player. I haven't seen it. And then
That's something to consider.
And Kyle Lowry's almost on his way to a wheelchair, and he dogged him. And he dogged him so bad that IQ had to go to the press conference and go, "No, one thing I worked on this year was strength. I mean, this off-summer was strength." Because he didn't want to get bullied like that again. Why would he bring that up? Especially he got injured right after that.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Listen, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, go get me Jones, Murphy, or Ingram. One of them 3 guys, because one of them guys don't want to come off that bench in New Orleans, and we know it ain't gonna be Ingram.
Right.
Well, that's
right.
why. That's why when I traded for Zion, I would have made the trade a multiplayer trade and try to get Trey Murphy along with it. That way, if something by chance Zion don't pan out, we still got can maybe get something out of Trey Murphy.
I hear you. Listen, I would love to get Troy Murphy. I don't think the Pelicans are going to let that young man go. He looks like he is right on
you
the
got to
cusp.
give up something to get something. You know what I mean?
I don't even think. Sometimes in life, you know what I mean. Is like somebody could. When you was a kid, and you I don't know if you guys did that, but you might have collected baseball cards or basketball cards or something, and you go trading with your boys and like, yeah, I'll give you this for that. Then he's like, yo, let me get that LeBron rookie. Nope. Like there's certain things that ain't moving. And after watching, and you watch how it is like with Mikal Bridges. Like Mikal Bridges was a really good defender in Phoenix and had some offensive game, but he was a 3-and-D type guy, limited in his role because they had other guys there. Put him on the Brooklyn Nets and say, here, take the ball and do something with it. And he's getting busy, dropping 30 here and there, a lot more frequently. Now you're like, okay, his offensive game is more than I thought. The same type of thing with Trey Murphy. Give Trey Murphy the keys and let him cook. And you're like, oh, okay, so Trey Murphy is this. Those are the type of guys that's scary to get rid of. And sometimes teams don't want to let him go because they know you give him in a different situation, he's a different type of player. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat once again. My fault, brother, to, trying to get through the show, man. A lot of different topics, a lot of good conversations, and it goes in different directions. Sometimes, you know how it is, brother. He said, y'all think with Brunson eligible, JR, Julius Randle, that is getting $200 million also. What are you drinking? Brunson won't sign up with Julius tying up future superstar cap money. Listen, there's fair points to that too. But I'm going to say, I think it all depends on what Julius does and brings to the table this year. And Brunson is probably going to give you similar results to what we saw last year. He's not going to be perfect, but he's going to have his moments. But I think he's going to give us similar results, right? But if Julius Randle can do what he did and go into the playoffs, right? I think we get back to the playoffs. If we can get back into the playoffs and Julius Randle steps up and plays similar to what he did in the regular season, Knicks ain't going to want to let that guy go. I'm telling you, I don't think the Knicks are going to let him go. Brunson is look, we thought RJ was the Knicks baby. Julius Randle, I'm sorry, I think I said Brunson by mistake. We thought RJ was the Knicks baby. Julius Randle is the Knicks baby. I thought RJ Barrett was the face of the Knicks. Julius Randle is the face of the Knicks. Now, Jalen Brunson may be starting to become that. I'm telling you right now,
I think Brunson now is the face of the Knicks, Ron.
But yeah, he's definitely with the Villanova boys and all this. Yes, he's definitely becoming. He's all Knicks now. But I still think Julius Randle's got the darling of the Knicks thing. Like, they want to keep Julius, except if Julius goes crazy and prices himself out of here and he doesn't play up to that level. But I think every time I thought they were going to get rid of Julius, they kept him. So I just find.
Do you think him switching agencies might have something to do with? A lot of people are looking at it like it was just about his agent going to a different agency. I'm reading that he don't want it to be any kind of favoritism or any kind of CAA discounts or whatever. When it comes time to get this money, he just wants to straight up go for it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think you're right. And I think that is, listen, I was giving him a little bit of a bailout, but then I've read a little bit more and I was a little confused. I'm like, oh, okay, so it's not what I thought. I definitely think Julius is not taking any discounts. He doesn't want to have no CAA interference. And I was thinking he left with his agent because his agent left. No, that was not the case. He left to go join his previous agent. He didn't leave with his current agent. His current agent is still with CAA. So, yeah, it's not exactly what I thought. I thought he was just following his guy. I can respect that. No. There's more to it. I think he is definitely going to get that bag, and he does not want any CAA interference. And so he said, listen, that agent was my old agent. I could rock with him. He knows he'll take care of me. So, yeah, no, I'm sorry. You my guy, but I got to leave because there's a conflict. I don't like it. I think that's exactly what's going on, AA. He's definitely going after that bag, and he's going to get the bag, whether it be with the Knicks or someone else. Knicks just have to show if they want to do it or not. And I don't know if the Knicks are ready to do it yet. Back to D's point, evaluation period. Even Julius is under the microscope too. Everybody is, for different reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Better hope he don't put up I want to see him put up playoff numbers, because if he put up the playoff numbers, that means we're doing something. But I'm going to tell you, Julius is in line to get that type bag that Jaylen Brown got. I want people to know that. You know, he's in line to get that type bag. Whether we giving it to him, I doubt that, seriously. But he's in line, whereas he could receive that type of bag. If he would have been putting up them playoff numbers, he would have got it. He would have got it because his regular season numbers, it showed that. He's two-time all NBA. You know what I'm saying? He's two-time All-Star. And along with that, he's also a most improved player. So I'm scared for Julius to put up like 24 and 13 in the playoff. I'm scared for him to do that. Everybody come with that whole thing. But we don't have a face. We got some guys that has a whole lot of potential. Me, honestly, I think Brunson is slightly blew his face. When you went on an Olympic team and they said that, when Steve Kerr said it's your team and gave you the small thing, and announced you as the general, the starting point guard of that team, and you didn't lead that team to where they needed to go, I think that kind of like took a backseat on Jalen Brunson. Because if Jalen Brunson is the leader of that team, and they would have went and say Jalen Brunson would have led that team, not talking about being the scoring leader, talking about just led that team, and they would have got the goal, he'd have been a major recruiter for this team. But being that didn't happen, you know, his recruiting value don't went down. You know what I'm saying? As far as, okay, dang, he had all them guys in, and I know the team was, you know what I'm saying, the team was like a little bit out of whack and everything, but that team still should have won that gold over there. RJ should not be in the daggone inside the facility bragging about a bronze medal over him and Josh Hart. Shouldn't. It's crazy. But, you know, it's what it is. I love y'all guys, man. I got to get back to doing some, you know.
Yeah, me too, man. It's
on the weekend. I appreciate, you know, you having me aboard, you know, and have me on your show, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat, rocking, watching the whole show, asking questions and answering questions, you know what I'm saying? Being the Knicks fans that we are. Shout out to AA. Shout out to D's World Is This. And shout out to my man Ron, man, the whole MBK network and everything, man. Y'all continue on having a great weekend. You know, let's go Giants. Let's go Giants tomorrow. Look at them flippers. No flippers. Let's go. We're gonna get crushed. 54.
Oh my God.
I'm feeling that Willis Reed jersey, baby. Old
Oh,
school.
boy.
Old
Did,
school.
did
I'm feeling
I
that
did I
Willis
just
Reed.
hear before I left that Julius Randle could be aligned to getting Jaylen Brown money?
Yeah, not far as him being in line, but the numbers are the same, except for
let me tell you.
games. Regular
Let me
season,
tell you this.
he has a double-double. Brown does.
I don't know if he should get it, but I will tell you, Boogie, you are right. Okay, I just looked it up. Technically, Julius Randle is in line to get a Supermax contract because he is a 10-year veteran, blah, 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 whatever. So, yeah, technically you're right.
And I hate to say it, but, you know, I'm just, you know, letting it be known. I mean, God almighty, we ain't got a face.
That thought is terrifying.
I know, but I just would. I didn't want to hold it no more. I just want to share it with some other people too. Let them feel that pain too.
Don't keep that to yourself, man. You can't take all that burden.
No. The first ever $300 million bag. Good God Almighty, Jaden got that.
Yeah, and don't get it twisted. You know that Jason Tatum is right behind him, whether it be with Boston or somebody else. He's getting that $300 million.
And he keeps going up.
He's getting $70 million per year. God, and trust. And what I think Double A asked the question earlier about, you know, how, you know, if we paying Julius 50 and paying Brunson his money, you know, how, you know, to trust. Boston is you can figure things out. Trust. Boston's bringing back Holiday on that team. None of them. That's going to be their big three. They really got a big 3 points /4 with nobody knows what Bazinga's going to do, but they're not giving up all them access over there to not bring Holiday back, and knowing they don't have a point guard that allows old boy that came from San Antonio, the guy who had the long hair, whatever. That allows him to play his normal natural, because that was going to take away from his game if he had to play the point.
Derrick White.
Yeah. So that allows him to be more of a natural, you know, all around player than have to just like, you know, facilitate, you know. But y'all have a great weekend, man. And you know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, let's go Giants tomorrow, man. No flippers.
We can only hope, bro. We can only hope.
Oh boy.
Liberty. Let's go Liberty. Let's go Live. Let's go tomorrow.
Let's let them do their thing, man. That's something to build on. Appreciate the liberty.
Yes. God bless, man.
Well, thank you, Jay Boogie. Appreciate you, my brother.
No doubt, man. I'm gonna send you my man, the producer's information too.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that, bro. Double A, final words. I'm gonna get around.
No, I appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you very much, man. D, always a pleasure, brother.
Of course.
Looking forward to the next show.
Oh, it's coming. It's gonna come Monday.
Right.
We got to talk.
Looking forward to it, brother. But man, I just wonderful time kicking it with you fellas, man.
Always a pleasure, man. I'm so glad that you got your mic set up and you're jumping on the panels now, man. It's really nice to hear from you, Double A.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. You brothers have a great rest of the weekend.
You as well, my brother. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
D.
Yes, sir. Hold on, we're not going for 5 hours? What?
Nah, man. Nah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. Yeah, man. Final words, thoughts.
Yeah.
I know you said you're gonna go on Monday. You already have an
probably
idea.
Tuesday.
What you're
I jumped the gun.
Oh wait, Monday's a holiday, right? Isn't it?
Oh, I didn't even know that. But Mondays are what do you call that? Preseason game.
Oh.
So that I meant Tuesday. So
gotcha.
That's my fault. But I have something coming up with Grimes. I did an IQ thing, and my point with that was just experiment with him more with starting lineups. Maybe even start him some. I don't think anybody should be concrete like that, especially at that shooting guard position. I'm even throwing RJ in that conversation as well. Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle and because of our depth at the center, and Mitchell Robinson should be the only guaranteed starters on this team. Besides from that, I think it should be mixed around. I think it should be flipped around. I think it should be experimented and see what works and what works best. Because I pulled up some numbers that there was a lineup with IQ. I think it was IQ, Grimes, Randle, Brunson, and Mitchell Robinson, and their defensive stats were ridiculous. So it was like, it's very, I want to see more of that. I don't know if Thibs is going to do it. And that's just my crazy mind. I like to experiment. I like to mix chemicals and stuff to see what works, especially if you're not really championship bound like that yet. You should always have room to do that. But I have a Grimes one coming up because he said, I saw some very compelling things with him that have to be considered and have to be thought about. And this is really more just me thinking out loud with things, not that it should be set in stone. This should be this should be that. It's really more just me putting myself in a think tank and just thinking, well, let's try this, let's try that, let's see how this works, let's see how that works, stuff like that. But we got the preseason coming, ladies and gentlemen. This is very important stuff here. And people will say, it's just preseason and stuff like that. You want to see how the team looks. You want to see, and this is time to evaluate that and see what's the rotation going to look like. And of course, that could change, but at least you get an idea of what it will look like for at least the first 10 games and stuff like that. And everything's taken step by step. So we definitely want to go ahead and pay attention to that. For normal fans, preseason is just preseason. For people like me, I pay very close attention to that. And I start getting signs and indications and ideas of what's to come type of stuff. Yeah, so I have that coming. If you guys haven't watched the Rich Paul yet stuff, please watch that. He was, in my perspective, he was basically throwing the fan out the window with that. When you say, what has the fan ever done for you? Not what has the fan done for you in a game? And say, what has he ever done for you? That's why I said, okay, well, hold on, man. He said ever. Hold on a second, man. Let me chop him up here real quick.
D was salivating at that, man. He was like,
yeah. Okay. And what's crazy?
He went into the bag on that. I was like, damn, D, he's getting NFL stuff. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna tell you a little something. I was like, okay, D.
And it's crazy because I was digging the interview so well, and I'm just chilling, and I heard that. I went, wait, hold on, what he said? And then that was it. I started making a video off this. I already had it played. But, I think a big thing today that was learned is that we don't know what these Knicks are going to be. So people, you can apply your predictions. You could do all that. We don't know. And we don't know how to say, like what happened last season, nobody knew. Even Thibs came out and said, I had no idea what happened last year was going to happen. So, and that's a guy that's with these guys on the ground general, day in, day out. So we don't know. And it's very important that we take it step by step and we understand what's to come, how it looks, and how we adjust, or how could we make that better, stuff of that nature. I'm going to keep on going. I'm sorry, Ron. Anyway, shout out to the whole family. Shout out to the chat before I leave. Hold on. How many likes? Okay, 81. Come on, guys.
It's better.
We got to get that to 100. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. What's up with you, Ron? Anything new with you?
Now just trying to kind of get things in order with the NBA wrap up. We got some good guests scheduled for the next few weeks, so I'm happy about that. It takes a little while to kind of get going, getting rolling, and bringing the people in, but I think we're getting there. And I'm still trying to launch the audio podcast thing, but it's a little tougher than I thought. Just carving out time. Work has been a little crazy, but I hope we get a little sense of break and relief. I can kind of concentrate on other things I want to do. But other than that, everything is what it is, man. Can't complain. I'm happy that we are finally here. Like, I knew it's crazy that I couldn't stop. Like, I'm like, when are we going to get to this, preseason, all this? But now that it's here, it's like everything it's happening quickly, preseason. And then like the games are already starting. And then right after that, like the regular season is not too far away. Like things are happening quickly. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it has come quick. You're 100% right about that.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like, wishing for it, and now it's here, and it's, oh, man. And shout out to the chat once again. If I missed you, I apologize. A couple of more people have jumped in since we started the show. Knicks 100, see you. Long Island Sound, appreciate you. D-Raz, my guy, what's good? Danny Landis, what's good, my brother? Alex Isaac, I don't know if I said your name earlier, but I'm gonna say it now. Alex, appreciate you. Felicity, I think I saw Felicity jump in as well.
She did. Felicia.
No, I mean Felicia. Why am I saying Felicity? Felicia Lee. Yes, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I think I got everybody else. Quiet Money. Salute, my guy. What's good, Quiet Money? Appreciate you. If there's anybody out there that I missed, apologize. You know how it is. Like
Quiet Money. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get out of here. Let me let you get to your day.
All right,
Fans,
brother.
take care. Everybody take care. Have a great day.
Thank you, bro. So guys, once again, I appreciate you for tuning in, supporting and rocking with the show as always. You know how, it means a lot to me. Diane Jarrell, what Evan Neal said to the Giants fans was even worse. That is crazy. Calling us burger flippers and all that stuff. Like, these young guys, they don't know how to keep their emotions in check, because I got to sometimes you look at these grown men, they're huge. You look at them like they're larger than life. These are young dudes. Mentally, he's a young dude. He don't know necessarily how to handle himself. He's just out of college. And what he said was definitely disrespectful and uncool. And I hope the rest of his teammates and the coaching staff checked him on it. I'm sure they did, because he kind of recanted what he said. But there's, some things you kind of like, if you just said, listen, I'm not listening to the fans are always going to say negative stuff. Those who believe in us and believe in me, I rock with you. Those who say negative stuff, I'm tuning that out. That's simple. No, he went into depth talking about how he felt, and then classifying fans as burger flippers. That's another level of stuff. And Evan Neal, my friend, I'm sorry, I got to look at you a certain way. I looked at your game before you said that, and I thought you was starting to kind of give me that trash vibe. You giving me that Eric Flowers as a New York Giant vibe, and that's not a good look. So, I'm not feeling good about Evan Neal. I think that's a bust. I think the Giants messed up there. So, can he turn it around? Yeah, he could. But right now, he's showing me bust potential. He ain't showing me anything that I can rock with. Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Ranrock, I think we'll get into it, but we got plenty of time, because the season hasn't even started. And so we got a lot of time to talk about it. I'm not that invested in it yet. As we get into the season, get closer to it, and start to understand it a little more, we'll get into it. Yeah, but the midseason tournament, I'm not that big on talk. I mean, I did address it a while ago, but we'll get into it more. And just the proof that I addressed it. Oh, it's not here. Sorry, I did it on the NBA report. Or at the time, it was the NBA report. Now it's the NBA wrap-up. So, yeah, I addressed it over there because I was getting into how it looked and how it broke down with the different weeks. But we'll get into it. Don't worry. Its time will come, my friend. We will definitely get into it. I don't know why these players do that type of stuff. I don't know why they talk about fans like it matters when we're helping pay your salary, right? When the fans are giving you that revenue, when we go to games and spend money on the concession stands, and you get a piece of that revenue. But when it comes to opinions, you can't take it. So I don't know. Maybe Evan Neal's not built for New York. That always rears its head, man. There's always one guy out there that comes here, and this ain't the move for them. So we'll see. I like that optimism, Ranrock. We will be the first champion of that tournament. I like that. We'll see. Yeah, man. So as I always say, guys, tell a friend who tells a friend. Still Knicks fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays for Know the Ledge, 11:30, on Mondays for SKF Weekly with your boy Ron and my man John and Jose holding it down on the ones and twos, or on Thursdays at 8:30 for the NBA wrap-up on Nothing But Knicks. So definitely tune in and show your love for all the shows. Appreciate your time. Thank you for smashing that like button. You know, I can't tell you. And thank you to everybody who joined me today. Thank you to Double A once again. Thank you to D's from D's World of Hoops. Thank you to my guy, Jay Boogie. Appreciate you. And thanks to everyone in the chat who came through and showed love. There was some new faces in here. Not new faces. There was a couple new faces. And then there was some returning faces that we haven't seen in a minute. So it was nice to see them come back into the fold and be in the chat. Appreciate all you guys. And once again, guys, before we get out of here, please do what you can. If you have a moment, if you can contribute, great. If you can't contribute, please, share out the GoFundMe for my guy, Hector. His dog, Hank, is dealing with kidney disease and needs treatment to effectively help with that disease. So, it's about longevity of life and hoping that he can do what he can to save his dog. So, yeah, man, appreciate all you guys once again. Thanks for tuning in and showing love to the show. You guys have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your Saturday. The rain's not going to last forever. It's probably already calmed down, man. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. I'll catch you on the next one. I hope the Knicks, the first preseason game is something we can look at and say, oh, it's nice to see the Knicks back. That's what I'm looking for. All right, guys. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, couldn't even get that out. Have a great rest of your day. Take care.